Or do you want to collect sound diamonds? You prepare for that. Maybe that one. This one will pick sound.
Testing.
Check. 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 Check.
Camera position.
Let me.
Check. Check.
Yeah,
4、4、
like this. So in case you want, can so many little things like this. Check. Like this. But once it's working, can check this. Like this. You know, unlock, lock it. And it's like this. Once you see that, you know, like, hello, check. Is it okay? You understand? You get what I mean? Try it. Unlock it. Yeah. Zoom in, yeah, I think you understand. Small, just small. Just small. You understand? And once it's and you lock. Yeah, lock. You get it. Hello. No, you know that I was saying it. Then I was saying it. So I was saying it. Yes, I'm already sure. Oh, yeah. Guy, hello. This is this one. There's like every command practice. This one with the camera, yes. Able to you remove this, remove this one, back it here. This one, you couldn't find the camera. This camera, you just close it here like this. Then after once you close it, remove it and back it inside. If you can help me to remove this to remove it and put the base in the car. If you can't put the base, just put the base inside the car. So, okay. So I can go after.
Unmute from here. Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And apologies for the lateness. We should have started much earlier than this. We wanted more people to come and enjoy this amazing event that we have planned. But once again, thank you for being here.
And to those joining us online, we are sorry for keeping you waiting. Some of you have been here since 10 a.m. So once again, we apologize for that.
And we're saying hi. Hi.
Hello.
Those online. All right. So let's get started again now, shall we?
Hi. My name is Farouk. I
My name is
just said
Shola.
I'm a co-organizer for this event.
Also a co-organizer, although our tags read volunteer, but I mean, we understand each other, right?
We do. It's on there.
All right, so we're doing this again together. Early this year, we had the GitHub Octantship event, and then we're both moderators. So once again, it's great working with
She
you.
was mostly moderating. I was just standing
She
beside
was
her.
doing most of the work. Don't listen to you. All right. So once again, my name is Shalakumi. I am a Microsoft Incident Ambassador, also a student of engineering here. And how
My
about
name
you?
is Farouk. I just said I am a dotary guy actually. I do the data
That's a lie, bros.
Okay,
Say the
fine,
truth.
fine. I'm a chemical engineering student in the University of Lagos. Also, coincidentally, the president-elect of my department.
That's a scholar and a boss. A boss. Nice.
But I am not here to serve in that capacity. I am just here as your moderator for this event. And it will be my pleasure to host you for today. So,
Yeah.
welcome everyone.
Nice working with you again, guys. All right, so to get started, we have this little icebreaker. If you were here at the Octantship event, you know this. So go to slido.com and then put in that code, hashtag 2989557. You don't have to be from university, just tell us where you're coming from. Basically, we want to know the demographic of people that are here, so you can do that right now. Let's start seeing responses come in. Slido.com, or you can scan this code if it's clear enough for you. Maybe I should put this in full screen mode. All right.
Can everyone see it?
Waiting for responses. Okay, we have one participant typing already. You know, like nice.
Welcome.
It's expected. Okay. Yes. Thank you for writing it in full.
The next person should include the address, please.
All right. Give me a lag.
Thank you.
All right. Last time we saw MITU, so what's
Yeah.
going on? Like,
I
it's just you a lot of people here. We had a lot of people the last time. We're like not to cost. Perfect.
Now, wouldn't have been the journey even better?
I know. Any other person? I think it's more being a lot of people because this is very large. So maybe a good number of people are from like, please be creative. I mean, even if you're here, you can be from MIT or Harvard, it doesn't matter.
As long as you identify it.
Okay. How's it going with you? Oh, so you have a good number of people that are excited.
For the 11%, don't worry, that's good.
And the swag, you'll be settled, don't worry. And eventually, your energy will come back to that last one there that we have a lot of people feeling excited. Okay, this is fair, it's fair. Okay. So yeah, we have a good number of people that are excited, but some are just very neutral about the whole thing. I get the neutrality and it's cool. Eventually I hope you'll all be excited about all we have in store for you. Then I think yeah, one more. We just want to know your expectations from the event. So you can just type in what you want to achieve, what you need from us, what you want us to give you. If you want food, write it here. If you want swag, write it here. Everything you want, just let us know. Okay. Yes. Priorities. Person knows what he wants. Okay.
I'm sorry, you're not getting that second word today.
Money. Well, MacBook.
Inka will give you that one.
Reaching for the stars. You get right. You get right. Sure. Hmm. Scholarship. Arsenal L. Working at Gayho. I also want that one. If you find that today, please come and meet me so we can go together. Then good. Okay, Chelsea win. Arsenal's loss. Two people just want downfall of Arsenal. Like, wow.
Actually, three if you're counting the Chelsea win.
Then Real Madrid win. Okay.
I don't think we should still be asking.
This person is here to learn. Who is that person? Who is that person? Please.
Finally,
Come
someone
on,
will
quickly,
like
hurry. But yeah. I mean, jokes apart, we should all be here to learn, and for sure, we'll learn a lot. Food group bank and like for sure, trust us now. We have our source. Very confident. Our food.
We're about to call out.
Our food will be beautiful.
All right, so while you continue telling us what you expect from this event, I am going to invite someone, a very special someone, to give the welcome address for this event. So we will be inviting Olayinka Atobiloye. She is a piece of campus expert, a software engineer at Goldman Sachs, an MLH fellow, IEEE WIE chair, and the deputy chairperson for Engineering Career Expo.
Yes, that's a woman. A woman with substance. Please let's keep clapping her when she gets here. And she's wearing her TikTok with the school. Where?
My God, should I bow?
Hi everyone. Okay, I'm shy. Okay, I'm just going to this. Hi everyone. So great to have everyone here again. Thank you so much for coming for this event. I know like we had an event not too long ago, and like I think like quite a number of people here were present then, and you guys are here again. So yeah, thank you so much for doing us the honor and coming here. So I think today. has its heart like a very sense of collective intelligence. So it tries on the notion that by opening our knowledge, we accelerate progress, we spark innovation, and we unlock the potential of human creativity. In this realm, there are no boundaries, there are no limits to what we can achieve together. Through open source, we have seen software that powers our devices, our servers, and even missions to outer space. It's the engine that drives progress in artificial intelligence, medical research, and countless other fields. It democratizes access to cutting-edge tools, ensuring that no one is left behind. So I think that now more than ever, we need like a diverse array of voices in the open source community. It is like important for us to achieve diversity so that we can gain fresh perspectives, new ideas, and solutions that resonate with a broader audience. So when we invite more individuals to join this collective endeavor of open source, we can unlock like a wellspring of untapped potential. And in doing so, we can pave the way for a future that is truly limitless. So building inclusive open source communities is not just a goal, but a necessity. Inclusive communities foster an environment where everyone feels valued, heard, and empowered. They create spaces where ideas flourish and where individuals from all walks of life can contribute meaningfully. By embracing diversity and inclusion, we can lay the groundwork for a stronger and better future. We fortify our collective efforts and ensure that solutions we create are as robust as the communities that build them. So as we embark on this summit, let us remember that the transformative power that lies with open source. Let us champion inclusion and celebrate the diversity that enriches our collective journey. Together, we forge a future. We forge towards a future where the possibilities are as boundless as the code that we create. So, yeah, welcome to the Open Source Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that extensive and beautiful delivery of our welcome address. So I think we can get started right away, right? Let's go to our beautiful lineup of speakers. Honestly, I'm thrilled to hear about everything that we'll be learning today. So we're starting with our very, very first speaker, which is an introduction to open source. All you need to know about open source and Hacktoberfest. And who is that person? Kayode Philip. This is so can we give it,
Please welcome on stage Kayode Philip.
would you like to read his bio?
All right, Kayode Philip is a self-taught .NET engineer, a full-time Hacktoberfest and .NET content creator. He's a systems engineering student here at the University of Lagos. He builds back-end technologies for companies, and he is now working as a software engineer at Rice. So welcome again, Kayode.
Welcome everybody. I'm so glad to see all of you shining faces and everyone is smiling. Yeah. I hope it will be good with all of us. So let me just let's see this now. My name is Philip Kayode. I'm a .NET engineer. Actually, if you don't know .NET is an open source platform, open source platform for creating desktop applications, web, mobile, and any other application platform you want to know. And they also useful in every aspect, like Linux, iOS, and Windows. So .NET is a cross platform for every device. So I will just be going to my slide. All you need to know about first. Sorry. So all you need to know about open source and Hacktoberfest. So if you don't know about open source, you're going to know it right now and at this moment. And then also Hacktoberfest. So I'm going to be going through the slides one by one, and I'm sure you're going to get everything right now. So first of all, what is open source? So open source refers to software with source code that allows developers. So first of all, what is the meaning of source code? That part of a software that is not available to the users. So it's only understandable for developers only. So software refers, open source refers to a software with what? Source code that allows users to freely inspect, study, modify, share, because it is what? Easily accessible. So open source is what? Easily what? Accessible and then public. So that's why it's called what? Open source. Because it's made public for everyone. I hope you are getting me. So now let's just go to the next slide. So when did their open source start? So open source, first of all, open source started in the year 1998, February 1998, by Eric Raymond and his colleagues. So at that moment, Eric Raymond and his colleagues were into a foundation called Free Software Foundation. So Free Software Foundation is a non-profitable organization which they were holding that time where they share free software. Before that, February 1998. So everyone now looked at, okay, this free software we are sharing among ourselves only, which is limited to among ourselves. But also, if we share it to other potential business so that they can benefit what we are actually benefiting. So let's just scale it out. Then Eric Raymond went to his colleagues, then he gave out his idea, and they were like, okay, yeah. So and then they came up with a term called open source. So which they made it easily accessible to commercial software industries and also potential businesses to benefit from what they were actually benefiting. I hope you are getting it. So that was where the term open source came from by Eric Raymond in the February 1998. So now let's just go to these types of source codes. So we have the first one is closed source code, e.g. Organizational source code. So when we talk about closed source code, the closed source code is a kind of source code which is only available for a particular group of people. So closed source code is available. It's a source code where maybe like now in company, some companies, many companies upload they perform, they operate on closed source code, whereby they create an organization on GitHub and then invite their developers and then add them as collaborators to the project, to the repository. So that kind of practice is called closed source code. Like me now, if I'm not from the organization, I won't be able to access that repository because it's only closed for the organization only. So closed source code can also be practiced among ourselves. Maybe me and my friends want to collaborate on a project together. I can just create a private repository. Then I invite my friend as a collaborator to that repository, and then we can only work. So it is only accessible to two of us only, not to other people. Then that's why we also have open source code. So open source code is a source code that is accessible to everyone. Everyone can see it. Everyone is able to access it. An example of open source code is React. The React library is built on open source. So I can go to React now. If I know what I'm doing, I can check the source code, inspect, study, because that's of open source. For developers to inspect, study, enhance, modify, and then I take changes. If I say anything, I can, if I'm able to do it, I go to React and then make changes. And if the maintainer sees that what I made is actually valid, then they can approve my pull request. So because it's open source, so anyone can contribute. So because the main purpose that Edwin established open source was for collaborative business. Because the thing was actually only for them. So it was like, okay, let's bring it out for what other businesses. So that was why they were able to benefit from open source. That users are using. So indirectly, the more developers are building on the apps, the more the users are also using application built on the apps. So indirectly, whether you like it or not, you have benefited from open source. Even Yakuke that is selling Akara, she has benefited from open source. Yeah, either you like it or not. Twitter is open source. There was a time Elon Musk, although Twitter has their own open source too. So there was a time Elon Musk opened Twitter source code to GitHub. So I will tell you there are many advantages to open source. I will still get you. Let's just go to the next slide. The next slide. Next slide. Now, why should I involve in open source? Why? Why should I involve in open source? I'm a developer. Why should I go into open source? Number one is for what? Regulation. So we are talking about regulation. It's like for control. I'm just imagining to be like how technology would have been without open source. Please let me just ask this question. How many of us know about open source here? Lecturers. Yeah. So, if you have your first approved pull request, like you have approved your pull request before, lecturers. Okay. So, how do you feel when you have approved your first pull request? Yeah? Confidence. Or you feel like, there's kind of happiness when they approve your Facebook request. I remember when they approved my Facebook request. So actually, I have 3 years experience now. Then 2 years industry experience working as a .NET developer. So when they approved my first request in the year 2021, I was in the bed when I jumped from my bed. I was like, because they declined before they even approved that one. So I was like, yeah. So now for regulation, for control. So you are able to control your projects towards open source. Imagine there is no open source. Then it means I'll be working on my local computer. I will be zipping files, then storing to hard drive, then working. Then I make changes. Then later the day again, I unzip the project again. Then I work again. Imagine that stress. So I can't have full control over it because even if my computer lost now, then it's gone. It means the project is gone. Or the hard drive lost, then it's gone. So I have control over it. Even like now, if I'm working locally, I don't have that kind of control to detect changes that I've made. Let's now to revert to my former changes. I won't be able to do it until if I after save it. It's not possible again. Maybe there's one kind of maybe I want to revert to things I did previous like 3 days ago. It's not possible if I'm working on my local computer doing it. But with open source, I can still revert to commits that I've done like 3 days ago, or like 5 commits, the last 5 commits, I still revert back. But so it brings that what control and regulation. So another part of open source is that it's training. So what we don't know about open source is that you can train yourself with open source. So when I started, I started coding in 2021 actually. So you can be seeing that it's short, but I've established so many knowledge on it. So I started through a community. So I will tell you one of the most effective ways to contribute to open source is through a community. It's through a community. So training, you can go, there are some days I'll just go to GitHub and then check code. I'll just check .NET code and then I'll be having some things that I don't even know, I'll be seeing it there and then I'll be learning. So it's to learn, you can use it to learn. So you can use it to see new things, you can use it to explore knowledge and then use it on your own words, on your personal project or where you are working. So it's for training. Then you can also use open source to gain what? Experience. So I attended an event last week. So I met this guy, this is a developer, I connected with him. Then he was telling me that, oh, I'm still looking for work. I do have. As while you are looking for build up your resume with open source. You can add your resume, I this so I this so it will give you credibility when you are looking for work. So my first startup work I built up my resume using open source. Like I listed some of the things I could get to, some of the things I could get to, I contributed to. Then they interviewed me and I was able to get some things done. So you can use to build the experience. Next slide. Oh, sorry, it's here. So, for security, we can use open source for security. Imagine, as I said before, imagine we're working on your when you're working locally, there's no it's only for you. It's only for you. So you don't know if there's even error or anything. But if you are working on open source, other developers that have no reactive knowledge to go ahead and the way so we have diverse knowledge. Then so people can easily detect errors your application, and then you actually add your what security. So, and even again, you have that kind of that, okay, even though you are even stable that, okay, this thing, your project is out there, nothing is wrong with it. Imagine losing your PC or your hard drive when you have built your project. But with GitHub saving your project to GitHub, to open source, it will give you that security, it will give you that secured mind that your application is going well. So they're constant, open source is constant. So that is the stability. It's stable. So you are rest assured that your source code, your project, they are there. Even 10 years later, you go there, you are still going to what? Look for it. So like the project I worked on like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I went to GitHub, I was still able to see it. As me, I was not working on GitHub now, then I know I was not working on GitHub. The PC I'm using today is different from the one I was using 2 years ago. Imagine I wanted to change my PC. I mean, I will be carrying my hard drive, or if it was not the hard drive, I have to transfer those files to another storage like or to the computer I'm using for. But with open source, I can easily change to any device while my project is in the server. So it's actually what stable. Nothing is wrong with it. Then for community building. So open source is for community building. So when you put your project or when you put your project to open source, it will help. So the reason why it's for community building because it will bring collaborative buildings. People able to collaborate, people able to share, and then when people are able to work together, then the community will grow. So when I most cultivated this, let me first use .NET as an example. Before 2014, .NET was not open source. It was not open source. And when before that 2014, many developers don't know about .NET. The .NET community was very low. It was very low. But after that 2014, when Microsoft open source .NET, it was after then developers now began to come into .NET. They now begin to know about .NET, and today .NET is going fast because it is open source. I'll use Elon Musk as an example for you. When Elon Musk, there was a lot of Elon Musk bought Twitter, and the time he bought Twitter, when it was handled at the first place, it was not doing well as when the former owners were handling it. So he now made an idea that okay, let me open source Twitter, so that he will be able to build the community of what of Twitter, so that Twitter will be able to what improve. And we can see changes after he open source Twitter. So if you are open sourcing your projects, it's like you are doing trade by barter. You are giving your projects out freely while you are making money by monetizing the application. So many people look like okay, why do I want to open source my projects? Why do I want to share it like I'm doing giveaways with developers and then they should be seeing it? No, it's just cheap by barter. If you open source your project, then it means more applications will be built using .NET, then more users will be using applications. So that is open source. So it's for community building. And today the community of .NET is very large. It became very larger when you open source it. So it's for community building. Yeah, next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, contributing to open source. To contribute to open source, you need to understand open source control. So, open source, we have GitHub, we have GitLab, and we have Bitbucket. So, the most commonly used one is GitHub, which I'll be talking about today. Is GitHub. Let's just move out to the next slide. Let's go to the next. So difference between them. So many developers they find it difficult, like they find it confusing to differentiate between GitHub and Git. So I'm talking about GitHub that GitHub is a web-based service for Git repositories. It's a web-based hosting service for Git repositories. So Git repositories is one that contains source code. So, and then those source codes is GitHub that is what's hosting them. You get what I'm saying? So now, when I talk about Git is like a version control. It's the one you use to navigate through the source code. It's what you use to make changes. It's what you run commands and then use to navigate the states through the source code. So that's why they call it version control. Version control. So GitHub is just a web-based hosting, is just a platform hosting those open source, hosting those source codes. Why Git is just a version control. We use it to navigate to navigate through the source codes. So the next slide. Next slide. Now, how to contribute to open source. So we have talked about the reason why why you should get into open source, for stability, for control, for security, for community building, and so on like that. Now, I've known the reason. How can I get into open source? So one of the commonly used one is by contributing to Hacktoberfest. So when we talk about Hacktoberfest is an annual worldwide event held during the month of October. So Hacktoberfest is for developers. It's held annually, worldwide. The event encourages open source developers to contribute to repositories through pull requests. So one thing about Hacktoberfest is that we just encourage open source among developers and to allow developers to collaborate. One of the core reasons for open source is for collaboration. That is the core reason for open source is for collaboration. So and then Hacktoberfest come along. Okay, let's gather. Let's form developers. Let's allow developers to work. Like let's make an event where developers are able to collaborate and then contribute together. Then they come up with this thing. So one thing about Hacktoberfest is that to participate in Hacktoberfest, the most effective way, is to because we not stress yourself too much, is to engage the community. Engage the community. Once you engage the community, before I talk about that, let me just talk about Hacktoberfest. About this event is that here it will have 4 pull requests approved. 4 pull requests approved. One for one repository, another one for one repository, another one. So just one for one repository. So not just anyhow repository. Repository registered under Hacktoberfest. Repository that has the Hacktoberfest tag. They are only allowed repository. They are only qualified repository for Hacktoberfest. So you just have to make 4 pull requests. 4, 1 to 1. So if you have made a pull request and they have approved it or they have approved it, then you are supposed to be next repository, find another repository, and then contribute to it. So you have 4 pull requests. And then after I've had your 4 pull requests, you are qualified to get some swag. Last year, so to qualify is that you must be among 40,000 developers, first 40,000 developers to complete their 4 requests. So I was able to be among the 4,000 developers worldwide to contribute to complete their 4 requests. So that was why I was qualified to get all this. So I think this year they made this 50,000 developers. 50,000 developers this year. So they increase the number so that they can encourage more developers to work under Hacktoberfest. And this Hacktoberfest is presented by Upright and Digital Ocean and the other one other company like that. So it's presented, so it's still open source. So when I did my before I was able to complete my first open source, I had my first Hacktoberfest, I completed TV pull requests. TV pull requests. I'll take the mistakes I made and why this one was successful. So the second time I was able to complete my 4 pull requests, and then I got it. So the reason why I was able to have that TV completed pull request was because number one, I didn't have the quest guideline to follow. Like I was not able to. I don't have that experience that okay, I just have to explore and then explore those repository to get those things. So just those TV pull requests were just what I told me. Okay, work on this, work on it. Okay. So the next one, when I did, so that's why I was just able to have the TV request instead of getting my completed 4. The second one was because I engaged in community, and my community they established 2 repositories under Hacktoberfest. So I was able to leverage that repositories, and then I made my 2 completed pull requests. Then the other 2 I explored on GitHub, and then I searched the other 2, and then I completed my 4 pull requests under 12 days. I was able to complete under like October 12. I completed my 4 pull requests, and then the message that I completed then they gave me this. Next slide. So you want to contribute to Hacktoberfest, it's just to engage the community or meet with friends that are they are well, like they understand. Friends that understand those efforts, where to go and those kind of where they know where to navigate in getting our repositories to contribute to. So the easiest, I'm just saying the easiest way is community. So your community and your project maintainer can just establish like 4 repositories, 4 different repositories. So it will be very easy. You don't need to look around. You don't need to find elsewhere. Just contribute to those 4 and then it's completed. That is the easiest way. Next slide. So contributing to Hacktoberfest, just how to locate Hacktoberfest repository. Then once you have, do you have anyone that doesn't you know how to use Git command? Git command. You know how to use Git command there. Okay, so because to contribute to Hacktoberfest, you must know how to use Git commands. All those Git how to create a repository, how to add to project, how to upload those kind of stuff. Then you have to pull and then push. You just have to first understand it. And once you are participating to Hacktoberfest, you have to follow the guideline of the project maintainer. So you have put the guideline, then you have to do the name of the repository, then you follow the guideline, then you are able to contribute to the event. So locate Hacktoberfest repository, maybe the repository that your community has developed for the members, so that you can easily contribute to. Then your normal GitHub contribution, then you copy the repository to your own GitHub repositories. Then you open Git bash or Git command line. I use Git bash always. Now, although there are many ideas now that support that I can easily contribute, you can easily commit changes to GitHub using ID instead of using command line. And we even have them GitHub my desktop. You don't have to write the command, just the UI, then first button, and then. So for me, I love using Git command line. So the one I love using is Git bash. Then clone the repository to a local folder on your computer. Then you Git clone. Then you the URL of the repository that you copy from your GitHub. Then you clone it. Then you locate the repository in your local folder. Next slide. So create a different branch to work on. So this one I not just only Hacktoberfest, it's also open to open source. So don't create your from the main branch. When you clone your projects, then you enter into the project. Okay, by default, you are in the main branch, your own branch. After you created your own branch, to move to your own branch, like from the main, so you have to do git check out your the name of the branch that you created. Maybe it's my own name. Git check out Philip, then you move to my own branch, Philip. Then I will now start working on that my own branch. I will use my Visual Studio or Visual Studio Community then and start working on the application. Then I inspect the change, I inspect the changes, modify, I inspect and modify the changes in the project. So if maybe I want to check the status of the changes, there's a git command for it, that is git status. So you can check the status, you can check the detail files and everything, then just like this. So next slide. So include the changes to your branch. Now you have made the change, then to include the changes to your branch, you just hit add, then the only want to add the file. It's a simple file. You add the file to your branch, then you commit. So a commit message when you are contributing to Hacktoberfest, the project moderator, they want your commit to be well defined. So not just that you are putting cash as commit message. No, you just have to, okay, if you change an icon, added an icon to the so I added the functionality to send messages, to send emails. So that's the defined commit message. Next slide. Next slide. So to check the commit, you can even check the commit history. So maybe you have made like 40, 4 commits. You can check the history of the commits by using git log. And you can even there's a command for your parts, maybe you don't want to push the commits. Like maybe you have mistakenly pushed the commits, you can reverse back to the former commits. So there's a command for it. It reverts so there's a command for it. So now you have seen the commits, then you can now push so this one I'm doing git pull from origin. You know, you move from main to your own branch. So there may be that after you have worked on your own, another person has worked on the main branch. So first have to update, you first have to make updates on the main branch into your own branch. So that's why I'm using git pull. So in case maybe another person has updated the main branch. So first have to do what? Git pull origin main. That's main, maybe that is the name of the branch of the main branch, you get. So some may say master, some the branch name, the main branch is master. You know what I'm saying? So git pull origin. So you are locating the origin of the branch, which is main. So after I've completed it, then you can now push to your upstream. So upstream means like to top, not you know, as well as currently before this git push, your changes is still the changes are not yet they are not yet shown on GitHub. You get. So to make your changes shown on GitHub, you just have to do what git push. So after you have done git push, you can see the changes you have made on your GitHub branch. GitHub website. So then you can now take your changes to your main branch. From your own branch to you can do it on your GitHub website, GitHub profile. Then you merge your own branch to the main branch. So after I've merged your own branch to the main branch, you can now make a pull request. You can now make a pull request to the origin and form the project form, like to the Hacktoberfest repository. So then the project will now review. Then we review the project and then see if you actually did the right thing. So if you have done the right thing, you accept the pull request and then add Hacktoberfest accepted to the project. Then once your project is approved, then it means that your Hacktoberfest has been accepted and it will add to the count. Maybe you are in 2 before it will come through. If it's then come 4, then if it's 4, then completed, then they show you sometime to be able to collect those parts. So I think that's good. Is there yeah, that's okay. So I think I'll be able to just impart some things and then be able to understand some things.
Thank you very, very, very much for this session. I really appreciate it. Yes. So if you have questions for any of the speakers throughout today's session, you can just use this link. It's a different one from the one that we pasted originally. So use that, and then I'll just leave it for like 5 to 10 seconds so that we can introduce our next speaker and get this going. Oh, can we do this? So maybe if you have a pen and paper or your notebook, you can actually write it down. That's the link and then the code. You just need the code actually. So you can write this code down. So eventually when you have questions, you can just put it in. So please, you can just type the code for yourself. So we can move on. But how was that session that we just had about introduction to open source? Was it interesting? Was it? No responses. I'm not hearing anybody. It was. I really enjoyed it. So that was a very, very in-depth analysis of open source and Hacktoberfest. Okay. So yeah, I think I've left this for long enough now. So let's go right into our next speaker. Okay. So first of all, bear with me, everyone. This is just going to be very technical, but I hope we're all following. I hope it's all going well. So our next speaker is Tobiloba Adedeji. He's popularly known as Toby Solutions. Everyone knows Toby Solutions on Twitter or on LinkedIn. Yes, yes. So, yeah, William JS, exactly. So he is a software engineer and advocate for open source. He's passionate about crafting seamless user experiences and sharing knowledge through his writings. And he's inviting everyone to connect and explore the world of tech together with him. So let's round it up for Toby Solutions. So you know that.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Let's give a round of applause to the previous speaker. Are we all there? I can't hear everybody clapping now. Don't worry, the speakers are working on something. It's not very good. I'm not very hungry. So if I sound shaky, I want to pull out, just grab me or something. So, good morning, everyone, and I'm glad you're here today. I'm sure everybody has like an interest in one way or the other in open source. That's why we're here at the Open Source Summit. So, a brief intro. I'm Tobiloba, and I'm the developer advocate at Mayor.js, and yeah, I'm a software engineer too. I still work to. So that's why I'm not killing me. I still work to do one or two. Yeah. So going coconuts with GitHub Copilot supercharge your open source journey. So yeah, actually tweak the topic a bit because I wanted to make it fun. So coconuts with GitHub Copilot. Next slide, please. Yeah. So yeah, GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool that can help you write code faster and more efficiently. So I'm not going to obviously be reading everything that's on my slides, but I'm just going to like give an overview and then we'll move on to the next slide. Is that cool? Yeah, so GitHub Copilot is a code completion tool that is AI-powered. So if you've had experiences like using things like ChatGPT or Tab9 or something in your workflow as a software engineer, now imagine having something like that maybe embedded in your VS Code such that you can contextualize your code base, figure out stuff, and then tell you, okay, maybe you're writing a bit of code and can tell you, okay, this is how you can actually implement. Yeah, I will not be offended. So move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. So yeah, what is GitHub Copilot? As I've said before, GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool, and it basically suggests code for you based on context and stuff like that. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, it uses a machine learning model called GPT, and GPT is generative pre-trained transformer. And based off of that, it can, like, as I've said, if you install it, for example, when I demoed with it and I worked with it, I tried using it in my company's code base. Don't try this. So as I used it there, I was trying to, like, I think I was trying to create the components because I do React. I was trying to create a component that was basically going to help me do a conditional rendering. I was conditional rendering that if this is true, show this. If this is true, if this is not true, show the other one. So based on that, I just wrote the comments and then told it that. And then in my comment, I wrote what I wanted to do with that, and it suggested something to me. You see, I wish I had embedded videos here of me actually demoing with it, so you would have seen that. But how it works is you see like code snippets in gray. But if you want to accept that, you just click on your tab key and then you can from there just suggest the code and you use the code. So it's very like convenient to use and stuff like that. This should have been a demo, but let's move on. Let's move on. I'm just going to talk about it and try to help you visualize it. Next slide, please. So it can save you time, like lots of time while you're coding, because you can just like, as you're coding, write your code. You can suggest the rest of you tab it. You press the tab key, completes it for you. And the parts you don't like, maybe if it doesn't work with what you're doing at the moment, you can refactor and just change to match the context of your code base and stuff like that. Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide. But yeah, getting started with GitHub Copilot. So to get started with GitHub Copilot. So GitHub Copilot, all you need to set up GitHub Copilot. I wish you guys had your PC here so that you would have like experienced it yourself. To get started with GitHub Copilot, all you have to do is, if you use VS Code, I don't know everybody here does development stuff, or if you're a designer or anything, you don't care about GitHub Copilot, obviously. But if you code and use VS Code as your code editor, all you have to do is go to the extensions and then you can install GitHub Copilot extension. I think it works with other IDEs too. I know it works with Vim and a couple of other ones too as well. So yeah, it's just like very easy to set up, and the configuration is already there. Yeah. So, as I've said and explained before, it suggests code snippets and functions based on the context of your code. So it doesn't give you out of context things. It's not perfect, but it works to an extent that you can still understand and figure stuff out. Yeah, you're right. So, and Copilot can also be trained on your code base because it uses ML, so it doesn't actually come into your code base and understand it fully at the first instance. So, the more you write more code in your code base and the more you do stuff in your own code, own pace. As you are doing stuff, it can be now project works and how things work, and it can be suggesting stuff for you based off of that. Yeah. So next slide. So it's important to remember, best practices. Yeah, it's important to remember that it's just a tool and not a replacement for your own coding skills. So if you, I know most of us here are senior engineers, and you know everyone. I know you're all senior engineers. I'm supposed to like portray, but let me just bend and respect the aura of the bosses here. So GitHub Copilot is like, it's not a replacement for your own for your own coding skills, because it's just an assistive technology. Like, see it as that, because if you use, I use ChatGPT, and I know some of us here, or most of us use ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a code, it's like what was generative AI, right? Yeah, it's generative AI. So GitHub Copilot is more or less in that realm, but it's not actually generative AI because it does other things as well. Just like if you use Tab9 or something, I know if you've seen how Tab9 works or something, GitHub Copilot is similar but more robust than Tab9. But now all it does is just to, it can still make mistakes. It can suggest things for you. I can suggest improvements, suggest refactors, maybe code you written. I know I've written some code before that are like 12 lines. And then if I maybe refactor it with ChatGPT, I can see it's like 4 lines or 3 lines of code. Maybe it's just I write JavaScript, just a JavaScript function or something that already handles like half of what I want to do, and it just does some callback or something. So yeah, GitHub Copilot is not a replacement, it's not accurate, and before you deploy code into production on Friday, don't use GitHub Copilot because so far you actually like wow you to decide and make us as a team. Does that make sense? Yeah? Yeah, okay. So yeah, next slide. So yeah, so next slide. Oh, no, sorry. So this is next slide. So yeah, talk pilots, collaborating, put pattern and practice. So yeah. Wow. Reach my turn internet off. So try again. Okay, so yeah, let's do like a show of hands and survey thing. How many of us here have actually used ChatGPT to write code? How many of us have copied an entire file, pasted it on ChatGPT and told it to explain it to you? So yeah, so so AI is now baked into our workflow nowadays as like developers and software engineers because it actually does help you cut down the amount of time you need to work. Though it's not good practice though, in my opinion. I know it doesn't make you a terrible developer. You already know what you are doing, but if you are starting out and you don't understand something, I would suggest actually using it in a different way. Like for example, the way I use it at times is if I'm on a new code base and I don't understand what's going on there, I can just copy the file, paste it, tell it to explain it to me. So from there, I can walk my own way into the code base. Not I'm telling it to write code, then I carry it and paste it. Team lead now say explain the code you've written. So yeah, all these things, there's a good way to use it, and there's also bad way to using things like that. So Copilot is good because if you already know what you are doing, obviously there's an existing code base you are bringing it onto. Not that you want to start a website for a client or your company, and you are doing maybe create next app. You have already started using Copilot from the beginning. Not like that. So you have to like I'm written something down, then all these things from there and there. You just figures out stuff for you. So yeah, use it in your workflow to help you. I'm not anti-AI, I'm pro-AI because I think it can help us in different ways. Writing docs, writing readmes, understanding code bases, creating something that new contributors or developers can follow. Refactoring code, very important. Don't write code that somebody will swear for you. So AI can help you to break down code and refactor it in a very in a way that people can figure stuff out. It's doing stuff like that. So yeah. So internet is back on, thank God. So yeah, that's the StreamYard. So yeah, 2 people are watching. I saw this one is stream so that will increase the stream count. So yeah, I think that's slide. I still okay. So yeah, I think I was on slide lost count. So moving on, I was yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So yeah, using GitHub Copilot can be a game changer for your open source for your open source journey. Now, it actually like rhymes with what I said before. when I was talking about Copilot and you actually taking a file and breaking it down for yourself. So now, for example, something like an open source project, for example. Now, this is Hacktoberfest season. All of us are looking for projects that will give us swags and stuff. Don't give us swags anymore. That was last year. So if you participated last year and you got swags, lucky. But yeah, now it's like per project. For example, now imagine I wanted to contribute to Upright. I don't understand Upright code base. But now I can use Copilot and some other things. But since I don't know how Copilot is doing, I can use Copilot to go to Upright code base. I can see maybe issues that I see I can work on or something like that. Use Copilot in my workflow to try to break down code, understand, okay, this is what this part of this line does, and know that, okay, this is how I can maybe make an improvement. You know, sometimes refactoring code also helps you understand how the code base works. If you write code here, you'll be able to relate to that. Like, you just taking a code and saying, okay, let me break this part and change it. It will help you understand what it does and stuff like that. So you can actually use this in that sense to help you to understand code. From there, you can be able to work your way into making valuable contributions or any contributions at all. Sorry for using valuable. Any contribution. Yeah. Yeah. Next slide. So the future of Copilot. So Copilot is still in its early stage, relatively unarguable, because it's been around for a while, and it's a thing that constantly grows. And as if you know how, if you are very familiar with how AI always grows and stuff, it's like it gets better with time. The more data it has, the better it gets, the robust it gets, and stuff like that. So yeah, it's still getting more and more improved with time, because at the moment it's still in its early stages. I think they started active. I know they've been working on it for a while, because I read one of Rizal. You know Rizal Scarlett, she was the developer advocate at GitHub, and she was one of the prime promoters and advocates of GitHub Copilot. So I read the article then, and she was like, the project has actually been in GitHub for like, I think 2 years or something. But she started like pushing it out actively around 2022-ish, 2023. So yeah, the project has been around for a while. It's still in its early stages, because with AI, obviously, 2 years or 3 years is not enough to become a very standalone math system. So yeah, it's still getting more and more better, but at the moment it's good enough for you to actually add to your workflow and use to help yourself be a better whatever that translates to. Yeah. So moving on, next slide. So tips and tricks for using GitHub Copilot to get the most out of the GitHub Copilot. So now you following best practices of software engineering, naming your variables properly, writing functions properly, writing functions with intention. You know, some people write functions that can do 10 things at the same time. I'm going to go this, I'm like, would you already this thing? So all these kinds of things are things that might be difficult for something like even Copilot to try to figure out, because it's trying to understand, okay, what is one doing? Because somebody's writing a function that wants to maybe reverse a string. The person is using X, Y, P, Q as variable names to name it. Like, why are you doing that to me? So all these things are things that can hinder or even reduce the efficiency of stuff like Copilot or any other AI tools that you might be adding to your workflow. So yeah, use like best practices of software engineering and stuff like that. So I hope you actually enjoyed this presentation on GitHub Copilot, because yeah, you can go to Bahamas or you can go and enjoy and yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, it's a very lame joke, but I hope you get that laugh for me with pity. Just laugh, like pity me and laugh. So moving on. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? If I have one, any questions? Questions, suggestions, anything? Or feedback on the talk? Okay, awesome. Yeah, so yeah, next time. So in conclusion, GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool that can help you write code faster and more efficiently. And it uses machine learning algorithms to suggest code snippets and functions based on the context of your code base. So with Copilot, you can supercharge your open source journey and take your coding skills to the next level. The next level is the level where you start making money and, yeah, it gets. Don't take it to the next level of where you are. So, so thank you for joining us today, and I appreciate everyone for listening. And yeah, thank you very much. So you can check me out on Twitter, LinkedIn, on my website, also open source, an open source website. So yeah, or check out Million.dev if you want to find out more about Million. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's give another round of applause to that beautiful session that we just had. No one is clapping. Okay. All right. So yes, like I mentioned, if you have questions, just put on the studio. We already have about 3 questions. So eventually, at the end, we'll have time for question and answer. All right. So now we're about to have our keynote speaker, but we're running into some technical difficulties here. So please just give me about 5 minutes. But you can use 5 minutes to connect and you may reach out to everyone that you want to talk to. But please just give me about 5 minutes to figure out what's going on. All right, so our keynote speaker, I've forgotten that out of the way. Our keynote speaker is Kingsley Mpandiok. I think I got that. Yes, so he has been recognized as a guest on the GitHub Review podcast, where he shared his insights on how non-coders can make significant contributions to the open source community. And currently, he serves as the design maintainer at Chaos, which is community health analytics open source. Who has heard about Chaos Africa before here?
I think I was at the recent event.
Yes, so he is the design maintainer there, playing a crucial role in guiding design efforts towards sustainable open source solutions. I think I recently saw him regards to this new open source initiative, All In, right? So he's that guy, basically, he is that guy. So let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker, Kingsley Mpandiok.
Thanks so much, guys. I told Senap that I'm a shy person, so just in case the mic falls over you guys. Okay, so free to walk about, right? Why is it like time to get my confidence, right? So my name is Kingsley Fanda, as you mentioned. Yeah, you actually got where right. So, and I'm a UX designer, right? I have a full-time job as a UX designer, and I serve currently as a design maintainer at Chaos Africa, where I help and guide, designers contribute to open source. Because so far, most of what my friends here, bro, your name, please? Philip, yeah. So what Philip and Toby, well, most of them have been talking about all the technical stuff. How many of us are designers here? Serious. Designer.
They are designers on YouTube.
So am I talking to the wrong audience? Oh, so we only have one designer in person and others are online. Okay, hi.
They are designers on YouTube.
Okay, they're actually designers also. So because I think my talk is a little bit centered on designers, and I'm kind of like big on advocating for designers and how designers can really get involved in open source. So of course you still get to benefit from it as a developer, right? So let's jump right in. So designing the future of open source, unleashing the creative power. So intro. Now, designing for the future of open source is about creating innovative and inclusive solutions that empower collaboration, sustainability in the open source project and communities. So, emphasis on innovative and inclusive solutions, creating innovative and inclusive solutions, right? And I'm going to just lay a little foundation from my own perspective of what open source is. I know you've been told, what open source is, but it's also very important that you don't really focus on, of course, the word open source, open and source, right? So when you make your source code open, right, that's open source, right? It means I can access, I can edit, modify, redistribute, and all that. Then the opposite, like Philip mentioned, is closed source. We talk about proprietary software and all that we have to pay. You don't have, in fact, if you try to have Microsoft, you jail for that, and all that. So you don't have access to their source code and also. Now, that Eddie believes that open source is almost like 10% of coding. And that's to an extent very right because if you see open source beyond coding, then when you join a project, when you join a community, the whole idea is that creating innovative and inclusive solutions. Now, inclusiveness transcends writing your lines of code. It involves even stuff like localization. By localization, I mean could be like language barriers. For example, I just talked about that. I'm a design maintainer at Chaos, right? So I recently Chaos collaborated with the Angolan open source community and the Angolese guys, I think Angolese they call them, they speak Portuguese, right? They are Angolan, they speak Portuguese. And, so, and I think their community lead said most members of the communities, right, speak Portuguese, but then they're collaborating with us, yeah, and most parts of the people in our community speak the English and all that. So now we have to work around where some of the issues of GitHub and some of the documentation it has to be translated to Portuguese, right, for them to contribute. So open source, and now he knows that someone can translate that without necessarily being a developer. And that's a major aspect of contribution. So a lot of persons can get involved. So you as a developer, imagine you didn't understand English and we are just telling you about open source and you're very smart, right? So how do you contribute? Because you can't communicate in that language, understand? So when you look at the fact that open source transcends your lines of code, right, into the very thing that you can do, right, to make the product inclusive, right? Consider every other people, make the product sustainable, right? So as a designer, talking to my online fans, only have one person. So as a designer, your role is to make sure that you create something sustainable, and sustainability is just beyond just pushing around pictures, right? When you look at the project, by now there are certain practices, there are certain things you have to do to ensure that this project is inclusive, right? So, because in open source, we talked about, of course, during Hacktoberfest, people from different parts of the world, just an annual event where you jump on any open source project of your interest and make contributions, right? So, there are also people that are highly sensitive to inclusion. And I know that here in Nigeria, it's just funny that sometimes it almost looks like Nigerians just take anything, right? So inclusion even involves the areas of communication, right? When you're in a community, when you're working with other people and all that. But I wouldn't want to really focus so much on that. Let's just go to. But now I think we all understand basically what open source is, right? I think I'm able to also establish that even from the previous speakers. So if you are here, you still don't understand what open source is. Can you wave and just say hi? So we all know what open source is, right? So yeah, I've talked about this. So the concept of open source can be traced back to there. I think Philip also made justice to that. So I'm not going to spend so much time. Where computing was driven by collaboration and freely distributed software. Understand? So that was what drive. Just talk about the old Linux operating system, and the guy that started the whole stuff, the Unix guy that started the whole stuff. So, and the fact that most big tech companies we know today is running on the Unix operating system. And that's kind of like, it started to share collaboration. That's the overall idea of open source. Understand that people are connected, creating something for a sustainable good. Understand? So, as a designer, which eventually, as I go forward in this presentation, you're just going to see that it's not just about identifying the project and just start contributing to, or just looking out for a project to contribute to. You can actually start an open source project, right? An open source project that looks inward within you, within your community, within your country, and all that, and see how critical problems can be solved. And you open it up. I'm going to say a whole lot about that, but let me just, because this conversation is about designing for the future of open source and unleashing creative power. So now that we know what open source is, so where we are today, right? So where we are today in the open source community, the open source contributors, right, can contribute to open source, how non-core contributors can make their impact in open source ecosystem. While Philip was talking, I had to do some side mismatch to Zainab. Zainab is a friend, not Zainab from Massive Life. And I said, if you listen to Philip talk, as a non-code contributor, you most likely will feel like if I'm not into .NET, if I'm not writing code, understand, I won't be able to contribute. I don't blame us, so Zainab said, that's what you're saying, and that's not like what it sounds. I said, I'm not blaming Philip, neither am I blaming .NET, right? But the point I'm making is that the origin and every way how it was started and how it's created kind of like makes it feel like everything is about developers, right? It's just about the technicality aspect of things. But open source sort of like transcends that, right? It transcends the lines of code, the technicality, and all that. So where we are now today in open source is that we've been able to see wider recognition for non-code contributions. It's now prevalent in areas of open science, open education, and more. We know about open source projects like Moodle, into education stuff and all that, and a couple of, I think some NASA, related projects and stuff, open science related projects, tons of open source projects. And I bumped into, example is the case of mapping Makoko community in Lagos. I just discovered that that project was actually an open source project. I think I have. Makoko, we all know the Makoko community, right? So So Code for Africa, in partnership with Politza, Center on Crisis Reporting and Humanitarian Obstetrics Map, enabled a team of volunteers to do exactly that in Makoko, a floating city in Lagos. So what happened was, like, I think they gathered, of course, the whole conversation was that Makoko appears like a dark distinct on the map. So they couldn't spot, it's kind of like a vacuum dark on the map. So they had to map the community, right? So of course they went to the area, took drones and all that to map the community. So you can, I think maybe if you search now, most likely you'll find Makoko some areas, the places they could map, and all that. So this is how. So when we talk about inclusiveness, right? When we talk about sustainable open source for social good, right? These are the kind of projects we look at. So that's why I said that open source transcends. Now, these actually involve real work. And then, of course, the hard to do is the computing parts, right? You need the data guys like Farouk and a couple of other guys, right, to do the actual technical work and other aspects of work. But then there were volunteers, there were a team on ground that did other stuff, right? And that's open source. So I feel like in the future too, we are going to move away from just focusing so much on the technicality. Even as a technical person, it mustn't be just the old code, programming all the time, right? You always have to look beyond coding and how you can actually make impact on the project. So impact on the project often starts with thinking and discovering issues yourself. I maintain a design in my community, and then I know that a lot of persons join, and then some person will be like, "Oh, what can I do? How can I contribute?" And even some developers are personally onboarded some developers on the project. Some friends tell them about the project. My voice sounds better than my self-criticism. so I've personally onboarded a couple of developers. And then the first thing they always ask you, so what do I do? How do I contribute to this project and stuff? So if you do that, you're not really going to be able to make that impact you so desire, right, on any particular project of your choice. The only way you can make impact, right, in open source, right, is to look at a project, understand the project, get to understand what the project is about, and then see how you can, come up with solutions within your own skill to improve the project. I get the whole idea. Of course, Hacktoberfest, there are a couple of issues open on GitHub, and then you jump on any of those issues, work on it. Fine, that's okay. But I think just taking a look at the Makoko community project, like I talked about, it's crazy. Okay, I also go. Or something. That's kind of like fun because it's kind of like a rich stuff to see, and his mail was there attached to that. Message like you send in your ideas and everything, all the chat, you would initiate a conversation. So someone now can, okay, maybe I want to take up the climate change related project in Africa, right? And push it, right? And make it open for people to contribute, right? So you can initiate a project, understand? So looking at the future of open source, it's just going to transcend from the old technicality stuff to maybe a little bit focus on real issues that we can address, right? With these different technologies that are coming up. Okay, so as a designer, of course, now we're talking a whole lot about, Meta had their event, and I think Apple and the likes, and most of the companies, we've even seen the TikTok videos, and major people, everybody's talking about AI, and everything. So AI, IoT, blockchain, and now e-governance technology are utilizing open source to address issues of inclusion and sustainability. So this is kind of like my own picture, right? That it's no news, of course, right? A whole lot of AI technologies. Toby talked about, just made mention of GitHub Copilots, right? It's AI, right? To assist developers. And then we also talk about the old low code, no code stuff, right? Not like code will be completely eradicated, developers are safe, your jobs are safe. But then, we're just having a scenario where maybe less of people doing the coding. And then, do you even give a moment to think, why is it so? Because I think the future is we're trying to move into an era where we kind of like pay more attention to, the end to end, like the end user, interface of things, right? Improving experience, improving usage of maybe some existing platform, right? Improving on what we have, improving the overall experience, just making the use of products seamless. So now, I believe that open source will be looking into areas of artificial intelligence, right? Open source projects, a couple of projects springing up in that area. Of course, GitHub always setting the pace. There's Copilot in place already. And, the internet of things, right? Blockchain, like a couple of. In fact, I think blockchain is actually one interesting technology that, most projects you can mention or, just think of any project at all. Most blockchain projects are community driven, right? Blockchain thrives on communities, understand? And the open source, right? Community is just at the heart of open source, right? Anytime you think of open source, you think of community, you think of collaboration, different people from different parts of the world collaborating to work on, getting specific stuff done. So when you look at Nigeria, let me bring this home. Looking at Nigeria and of course Africa, we have a lot of issues. If I ask Philip alone, Philip might mention like over 20 issues we have in this country. I exhausted my time. Okay, so Philip alone will mention a couple of issues, lots of them, and we know all these issues. So how about we start looking at don't say you want to push a startup, might just be just a little bit too much of pressure on yourself. So how about you start just an open source initiative, right? I think I once spoke with, I had a conversation with a big uncle that talked about he's an engineer and I think they had to do some kind of like they had to get some data as regards I think transformer or something. And it's just funny that he told the PSCN office and they couldn't really give that particular data because it wasn't available. And what they now did was, because it was so important for what they needed to achieve, they had to go healers, with security people, trying to go check and pick those data, gather those information, themselves and all that. So now we really have a data problem in Nigeria. Farouk, true or false? Very, very true. We talk about in the health sector. Have we come up with the budget in this or decision of maybe how to make a certain roads, the quality of the asphalt and all that. How do we make these decisions, right? You just get Julius Berger involved and you just hook up. That's why we keep on having each and every time the potholes everywhere, and it won't end because sometimes you do a road that is supposed to get maybe a much quality asphalt than maybe some other roads because of the nature of the trucks, right, going through the roads and all that. These are things you can only do when it's backed by good data. And looking at the health sector, we talk about infants mortality and all the issues we have in that sector because of lack of data. So how about looking inwards, like I said, initiating open source projects? Sometimes it could be trying to accumulate this data. So you don't have to travel to maybe Port Harcourt, you don't have to travel to state you are here in Lagos, you're gathering the one you have in Lagos, fully listening, doing that. And if you're a designer, right, listening to me online or offline, right, some of the areas you also get involved is that, you can actually conduct user research. Empathy, right? Talking to users, right? You can actually be involved, right, at the forefront of this, right? Drafting the whole experience, if it's a survey you want to conduct or whatever, right? Meeting people, talking to people, getting this information, documenting them, I'm actually saying this because sometimes you see someone, a UX researcher, and I'm like, how can I contribute to open source projects? Somebody is definitely not going to jump on, see a UX research project on GitHub calling, we need UX researchers and stuff. Like what I just mentioned now is a good example because sometimes maybe somebody decides to initiate the project, the person might not necessarily think, oh, maybe I'll need a UX researcher or something. But if you discover a project like that as a designer, so what you now do is that I have to tell you what I can do to make this project better, how I can improve this project. So being here as a developer or a designer, this is an open call that the future certainly is going to move away from, awesome stuff Microsoft is doing, awesome stuff, GitHub, of course, awesome stuff most of these companies are doing. But then here in Africa, where we have tons of issues that need to be addressed, and it almost seems like the government is not helping. I don't know what's going to arrest me for saying that. So it almost seems like we have so much we can do, right? Now, she mentioned All in Africa. So All in Africa is an initiative of GitHub, right? And a project that was launched recently to kind of shape the whole open source culture in Africa, open source education, right? A more structured curriculum to learning what open source is about. And looking at projects like this and the impact is really going to have on the continent, right? But then I'm charging each and every one of us here, developers, designers, data scientists, whatever field you are, I'm telling you that you can get involved, and that future here for us in Africa rather, is trying to, use these technologies we've learned to solve critical issues, right? And these issues can be addressed, right, as open source projects, right? Building a community around it and solving these issues, addressing these issues, right? Critical issues in the areas of data, right? So that better at the end of the day we can put it out there, right? And anybody can have access to this information, and that can help, of course, with proper regulations and the government agencies in place and all that. And of course, you can see, that people don't have into data is also very sensitive stuff. So, okay, so I just picked one project here. It's actually a project one project I contributed to, I think last year in Gustav. So Gustav is an open source project designed to break down the barriers of building sustainable digital infrastructure to help governments create human-centered digital services that will empower individuals and improve well-being. Farouk, it's a project you might want to check out. It might be of help to you in your field. So it's actually an interesting project. Then sadly the onboarding process for that I won't say more. But then now this is actually an interesting project as regards e-governance. The beauty of what Gustav is doing is that they've been able to build like this currently in Nigeria, right? If I want to get my passport, I have to go to the immigration office, register, do blah blah blah. Go to me, supply the same information again. Go to if you're a mother, and then you will just put into bed, go to the hospital. Before these health centers, you have to provide information. So let's just assume that this lady, she went to get a passport, she dropped some certain set of data. Now, trying to they are trying to merge the systems right now. So I really don't know if there's something that is actively being worked on, but that's a challenge. So look at a project like GoStar, right, addressing such issue, right? So issues like this, projects like this are kind of like key issue-based like projects, and I believe that in the future we're going to be seeing more projects like GoStar. Now, open design. As designers, we all have a critical role in shaping the type of experience we will want to see by creating tools, reusable and shareable assets that drive the development of these technologies. So, open design, when I was going through this, it just dawned on me, why are we even calling it open source design? Open design is not really a new thing anyway, it's still there, it's almost like the same thing. But when I looked at it closely again, I think it's better to call it open design than open source design, because open source is your code, right? That open source is your code that you made open, right? Accessible for people to modify. So open source design, you are not designing the. I don't know. These are my arguments. What I say.
It should be open source design.
It should be open source design. Yeah, there are different ways. I get your point, right? So there are different ways you can look at it. So if you look at it within the context of open source community work project, right? Design, meaning design that is involved in all those activities. But if you go by a little bit of what Philip said, critically analyzing the origin of open source and maybe how the word came about, then it doesn't really make sense to attach design to it. I'm telling you to do your research. Is it? Okay, no, but I'm not going to argue about that. It's just a personal thing, though. I'm not going to argue about it. I didn't really expect you guys to go along with me. But if you get me, Sha, it's be cool. So as designers, we have a critical role in shaping. Now, a lot of projects coming up, and this message is actually for designers. You want most of the projects he mentioned, right? You stumble on, go to GitHub or anywhere when you search, look for this project, probably won't see any issue that is design related. You won't see anything that is design related. And then you now ask yourself, how can designers be a part of this? Because you feel there are no issues that are design related, and then you just step away. It's just because, also because of culture, right? How the open source idea originated. It wasn't a design thing. I don't know if you get the point. The core, how it started, right, was through this thing. You, of course, you shared the story here with us. Of course, it started with codes, right? Writing codes to solve problems, general problems. Of course, they had the graphic user interface, but that wasn't it. I feel like they sort of perceive the code to be the core stuff that makes this thing works, right? So I think everything was kind of like, everything still kind of like maybe revolves around that. Because if that's not the case, maybe you will have more advocacy, right, regarding design. If you talk about, you probably wouldn't have to blink to mention all the dev rails you have right now to either consider them as tech influencers. Of course they are. So, and a lot of developers involved actively in open source projects. But when you start looking at non-code contributions, design, documentation, and a couple of other ones, and then it's kind of like picky. How many persons do you know actively involved in design? How many people?
You should change it, that's the point. You should change it. Change that mentality.
Exactly. That's why I'm here. So but I'm asking that question. Understand? So you see that there's a vacuum, right? So that's the point. I'm putting it across to designers here, and the ones looking at me, you online. So, and the ones online looking at me. So the whole idea is that we have to change the narrative, right? So one of the things from the project I've been able to contribute to, one of the things I've come to discover is that you have to be the one to discover those issues, tell them, come on, I think, okay, you have this already, but you need this, right? So I mentioned we just have a little chat. I had a little chat with Toby before coming up here, and I've not heard about millions before. flyer or nobody's asking me to jump on Figma to do Figma design or user, you just first of all understand the project, understand the needs of this project, and then you bring your skills into play. So you have to start today. If you're here and you're contributing to a project at the moment, actively or inactively, you're contributing to a project, can you just wave at me if you're contributing to any open source project at all? 1, 2, 3, 4. I know you 5. I'm counting you. 6, 7. Who else? 8. So we have like only 8 persons here. Okay, so how many of us here are up to like maybe 4 or 5 years, right, in experience, right? Up to 4 or 5 years. You have 4 or 5 years of experience as a designer, as a developer, in fact, you're a senior developer. So now, one of the things I also want to correct, right, again, is that most times people see open source and like it's free. Open source is free. So people that don't have things doing with their life, you'll be working on free stuff, but it's free. There's something called, that's another thing you have to do right now. Probably won't have to focus so much on. There's something called, there's open source, there's free software, right? There's freeware or whatever it's called. Those things are different, all right? A product can be free, right? Can be free. Certain part of it you have to subscribe for, right? And now it can be free as a product, right? But the contribution is closed. I don't know if you get the point. Because now I'm looking at open source contribution, right? So open source contribution, like contributing, maybe you can have access to maybe for example, of course, Linux is free open OS, so I can have access to the code. I can maybe modify, redistribute, and all that easy for what I want. All right. So of course that's open source. But then you also have certain products that are free. You interact with them. For example, if you're a designer, Blender is free, right? Blender is free, but I'm not sure you can have access to maybe core development of Blender. I haven't that well understand. So sometimes some project maintainers or managers of certain projects can decide to make it closed for some reasons, because managing overall contribution can be a whole lot sometimes, and can just decide to make it closed, and maybe after a little while make it when anybody can jump in and all that and contribute, right? So you also need to understand some of these things when you're researching and looking out for a project to contribute. So in starting out, you first of all have to find the project. Now you first of all start with finding the project, and it's very important. I'm going to say why. And second is study to understand the project's goals and objectives. This is kind of like, at the end of the day, this is one of the easiest ways, right, to be able to now see how you can add value, right, to the project. I say it over and over again that if you just join the project and then you keep asking me, what do I do? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? Of course, I was at that stage where I asked, what can I contribute? I even went to Chaos website and I'm like, that these websites are very designed. Understand? But because when you look online, maybe ask ChatGPT things you can do as a designer. So ChatGPT will tell you can design logo for your community, you can do all those things. But then, in the community, the logo is designed already, so what else can I do? So it's kind of like, but you have to spend time understanding what this project is about. Understand? So let's say, for example, let's just look for a new project. Like I like playing around with things. Okay. even, or maybe the ones we have, maybe if someone is suffering from hypermyopia or whatever it's called, sorry, or color blindness, or probably be having issues interpreting some of the signage and all that. So as a designer, I'm analyzing that issue within the context of my skill. As a developer, I'll most likely be looking at it in the context of a developer or something else. Or perhaps I won't even be able to identify it, because why you're able to identify something as an issue is because you've attained some level of information, you have some level of information that makes you discover an abnormality in something, right? So we are all normal human beings. You're a skincare expert walks in here and now consider me to, there's something absolutely wrong with me. My skin looks pale or whatever, understand. But to me, I'm okay. To you, I'm okay. I look healthy, right? So exactly. So if you're indeed a designer and you join a project, right, you should be able to discover issues. It can't be a perfect project. See, as a developer, is there any project you've worked on that is a perfect project, a perfect code and all that? You're almost attending perfection. It's almost like, you know, even physics has told us that it's almost impossible. Even in fact, a real machine, it's only 100% when it's a real machine. At the very first moment you start using it, it's no longer real. It can't be a perfect machine. It can't be. So, as long as we don't have a perfect project, it means there could be issue in terms of communicating the project to people, right? Now, you also need to understand that there are project-based open source, or project-focused open source communities, and there are kind of like community-driven open source projects. Might be confusing, but then let me just say this. Or let me say there are product-focused open source projects, and there are community-focused open source projects. Let me just use it that way. For example, She Code Africa is community-focused, right? Building a community, helping more ladies coming to tech, you know, helping empowering ladies and all that. But She Code Africa is not building any product. So if I am someone now, I want to contribute to open source project, and I want to apply my skill after learning there in their Slack. I'm not actively saying I can't apply my skill as a UX designer, and for once you kind of think like that's what open source is about. You can join be part of some of those communities. I contributed to Osterfest. I also contributed to Osterfest and stuff. But then, if you also want to join a product-focused this thing, then how many of us get the point I'm trying to make here right now? And most people, you've been in conferences like that, tell you about what open source is, at the end of the day, how do I start contributing? It's almost like there's nothing specific to point to. Because you need to understand that this is a community, you know, championing a certain cause objective. So that's the way you study to understand the project goals and objectives, right? So if it's something you want to tag along, Shikoda Africa is awesome, Architectural, a couple of them out there, awesome communities. So most of these projects, they also have a community. For example, I contribute to Chaos. Chaos has event badging projects, Ogo, it has Grimola, you know, a couple of those projects. I contribute to Chaos, right? So you join the project community. The whole idea of joining project community is that you attend meetings. For example, in Chaos, we have weekly calls, right? It helps you, you know, understand your project better. And then the fourth step is to deploy your design thinking strategies to uncover issues, which I mentioned already. For you to be involved in shaping the future of open source, right? Shaping the future of open source, influencing the design ecosystem in open source communities, right? You need to be able to deploy your design thinking skills, right? To solving problems, empathy, you know, ideation, you know, prototyping, usability tests, and all those things, bringing them together, discover these issues and solve them. Then the fifth part is create magic with the key insights you've acquired, right? Now that you've discovered what the issues are, you've right? If you are, for example, have a friend she's an accessibility guru and stuff. Okay, thank you so much. Good. Man, I really regained that confidence because I thought I was going to do like 10 minutes, I was shooting now. So, okay, so I'm just wrapping up. So, the sixth point is stay in sync with project maintainers and other contributors. Stay connected, stay engaged, right? Interact with people in the community and stuff, Q&A. You certainly ask your question. Um, so before I end stuff, so you can actually connect with me on LinkedIn, on Medium. I have an article on Medium, how to discover projects on GitHub and contribute as a designer, how to make open source designer as a pro, mostly design focused, and then I share some stuff out there. And I think in the next cohorts, we might have, like, you might want to look out all in Africa, right? Where you can apply, really get to understand the most structured open source. Most of the things that I'm sharing right here, you'll be getting a lot more, right? So detailed, of course, you need to also you know what to expect. So a lot detailed, and then learn a whole lot about open source and leveraging open source, right? So open source is not always 100% free, right? There are different forms of incentives that comes with it, right? From open source. So you can actually work on some projects and smile to the bank, right? You can also work, it depends on the project you're working on. Some projects are also paid projects. So just get rid of that notion because I believe that here in Nigeria, I'm saying that specifically because here in Nigeria and in Africa, we believe so much in rewards, right? And sometimes if people don't see what they get out of the system, they don't even bother engaging in it. So if you're a newbie, you're going to gain visibility. If you are contributing, you probably wouldn't know me for open source, right? I'm not really a social media person. So probably wouldn't know me. So because of open source, you're seeing my face today. So, and in terms of other stuff, right? I've actually gained visibility, I've gained projects I've worked on, and several other benefits I can't mention. So in all this, I hope I've been able to help you guys have a little glimpse into what the future of open source is going to look like. For the one designer here and for the many designers online, thousands of them looking at me right now. So you know areas you can start looking at and how you can start adding value to open source projects. And thank you so much, guys, for having me here. It was really awesome doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. I really enjoyed the talk. And I will be checking out GovStack as you recommended for me. If anybody else here is interested in data science, you can check out GovStack to start contributing to open source as a data scientist. So, Shalakuni, what are we doing next?
So what we're doing is a break because some people have been saying that they're hungry. So we have a little bit of snacks for you guys to eat for now. Food is still coming, but it's just snacks for now. So we also have a challenge, a little bit of a challenge. We have swag, right, for those that want swag. I mean, is there anybody here that doesn't want swag? You can raise your hand. You don't want swag. Okay, everyone here wants swag. So what you're going to do now is we're having three people. The first three people that follow our accounts, that's GC Unilag, at GC Unilag. The first people that follow, then the person beside you, if you're sitting alone, sorry for you. The person beside you, you take a picture with that person and then tag our accounts and then use the hashtag OS Summit Lagos 23. So the first three people that do that right now will get your details and then ship your swag to you. Who is going to do that? Our publicity person. Publicity, where are you? Are you tracking those three people?
I can see he has already started working.
You follow us first, then take a picture with the person beside you, and yes, on Twitter. Follow us, take a picture of the person beside you, make that tweet, tagging our account, and then using the hashtag OS Summit Lagos 23. Yes, OS Summit Lagos 23. Publicity, where are you? GCE Unilag. Our account name is GCE Unilag, GitHub Campus Experts Unilag. Publicity is the person that will tell us those that you have to follow us first though. GCE Milan, I apologize. GCE Milan. OS Summit, hashtag OS Summit Lagos 23.
Hashtag OS Summit Lagos 23.
There are two S's too. The S from OS and then for Summit. So OS Summit 23. We are saying it together. You said? OS Summit Lagos 23. You already got here, 3 people. Aha. Sorry. Okay, let's get it. Okay. All right. So we've gotten our 3 people. So we have Joshua, hashtag Hacktoberfest Africa. Oh yeah. Oh, you met the guy that I was targeting this person that was sitting solo, and then I was talking about him. All right, so you got it. Then Daniel Astaboro is going to Flutterbytes conference. Where's the person? Who? Okay, you're the one. Congratulations. And then we have Topes Coco. All right, so we have our 3 people getting swag. So we'll get your details and then ship it to you because GitHub doing their thing. Our shipment didn't arrive on time, so we'll have to get it to you eventually. All right, those that are sending it now, sorry. Sorry. All right. So we're just waiting for snacks to go around. Everyone just chill out, have fun. You can still be, even didn't win swag, you can actually decide to pick another person.
Shalabumi, are you giving snacks to those online? Are you giving snacks to those online?
No. They have our love and best wishes. You can. Swag. Okay. Someone is asking whether he can replace his snacks with swag. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. But like I said, you can still tweet, make it tweet, and then you could pick another person. It doesn't have to be just 3 people. You could make it 5. So if you're trying hard enough, we can get you 23. Yes. OS Summit Lagos 23. So yeah. I like this Daniel Asaboro's picture. he caught aliphatic off guard with the picture. But did you see the picture that your partner posted? Did you see the picture that your partner posted? It's me worthy.
Sorry.
It's that time of year again, Hacktoberfest.
Time flies when we're having fun. Happy 10th anniversary, Hacktoberfest.
To all the developers around the world, happy Hacktoberfest.
Hacktoberfest is a huge celebration of open source, and at Appright, we are really excited to be part of it.
Open source is more than just code. It's about collaboration and learning together for everyone.
At LabCloud, we have a deep passion for open source and the spirit of community project collaboration. That's why Hacktoberfest holds a special place in our hearts.
It's such an important thing for the open source community, and people have gotten into open source through Hacktoberfest.
Hacktoberfest is such a great way to learn new skills, meet new people, and make a difference in the world.
Hacktoberfest has been an amazing journey for us. It's time when developers from different backgrounds and skill level come together to learn, create, and make a positive impact.
You can learn new skills, meet new people from all over the world, and you can have a lot of fun by participating in many Hacktoberfest related hackathons, meetups, and other events happening all over.
So wherever you are on your journey, come and geek out with us this Hacktoberfest.
Hello, Hacktoberfest. Congratulations for your 10th anniversary from the entire application team.
Happy birthday, Hacktoberfest.
Happy 10th anniversary, 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 Hacktoberfest.
Happy hacking. Happy 10th birthday, Hacktoberfest.
I see the GitHub Campus Experts program as more of a student-driven organization in which we're not necessarily trying to make the company look good, but partner with GitHub to provide community and technical building resources for students.
GitHub Campus Experts are defined as leaders of their local communities that work closely with their peers to close the gap between industry and academia, and they're supported by GitHub in doing so. Campus Experts are individuals that want to enrich their local technology community and build a place for students to learn, support, and grow together.
There's so little mention of GitHub as like a brand or promoting their products, like a lot of our sponsors like to do, and much more of a, we can help you grow as a leader and grow your community.
There's a GitHub student developer pack that we can leverage to make sure that the students are able to build projects without worrying about the tools and technologies that are required in the process.
I learned about the GitHub Campus Experts program through a senior at my university. At the moment when he told me all about the program, I was astounded by the amount of impact it had on the community.
This program provides a good quality of different module training system that enables the students to develop their own soft skills as well as their leadership competencies.
The GitHub program feels more global, and I think that's really important in today's environment.
Sharing passion, interesting, and knowledge, for me, this is how the collective evolution is built on ideas and creating where everyone can to participate and be the best back together.
The global network of campus experts is not only going to help me upskill, but will also help me bring all that I learned, the multitude of experiences that I gained from talking to people all over the world, to my peers and to my college community.
Are you a professional looking to immigrate legally to the United States? Today, we're going to talk about one of the best options
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Olá. How you doing?
Namaste.
Eu sou GitHub Campus Expert do Brasil.
GitHub Campus Expert from India.
في تركيا وعضو في برنامج مختلف الجامعات في GitHub.
Soy Campus Expert desde La Paz, Bolivia.
I am Campus Expert from Mexico City.
From Pakistan, and I am a GitHub Campus Expert.
I am GitHub Campus Expert from Sri Lanka.
I'm a campus expert from Hong Kong.
I'm from Medellin, Colombia.
I'm a campus expert from Long Beach, California.
What does being a campus expert mean to you? It means a lot of things.
That feeling of calling myself a GitHub Campus Expert was unparalleled.
And it has been the most inspiring journey that I experienced as a student.
Ser un campus expert es crecimiento, es aprendizaje.
Being a campus expert is being a leader in your community.
I've come across some wonderful opportunities.
It has helped me overcome my stage fright.
كانت لي فرصة لتطوير مهاراتي التقنية ومهاراتي الاجتماعية ضمن البرنامج.
Helped me to become a better public speaker and community leader.
Gave me the confidence to lead and manage so many communities.
It's enabling me to be a confident speaker and a good event organizer.
I also got to meet amazing people from across the globe.
Being part of awesome student community.
De uma comunidade global, conectada, com gente do mundo todo e super diversa.
Understanding the importance of building diverse and inclusive communities
can help communities to acquire learning from the global ecosystem.
To share ideas, struggles, and resources in the spirit of collaboration.
Doing great work to solve struggles of their community, and their stories are simply inspiring.
Being a GitHub Campus expert has allowed me to work on both my technical and professional soft skills.
The Campus Expert program has helped me with technical writing.
Because of GitHub support, like the GitHub Student Developer Pack, we all have been able to use those resources to become better developers.
The resources are unparalleled, and the skills and connections that you learn here will be able to be transferred anywhere and will stick with you for a lifetime.
It has helped me to organize events like hackathons, workshops,
by equipping me with the required tools and resources.
I've already done things which I thought I never could have done.
People started sending me invitation to give a talk at their events.
The program also helped me to get my first job.
taking on roles and responsibilities that I don't believe I could have taken on.
Me ajudou muito a me comunicar melhor com as pessoas.
Entiendo de mejor manera el cómo organizar un grupo de personas.
To gain more confidence and to boost our management and community building skills.
When I started the Campus Expert program, the experience was daunting.
You will have a lot of challenges in the meantime, and you will know how to solve it.
This program has helped me become a better version of myself.
I feel that now I have the potential to empower even more people in my community and beyond.
The Campus Expert program is about connection. It's about human connections.
Everyone here is so kind, so supportive, and they're always motivating you to put your best foot forward.
And they love to have the chance of getting some swag for attending an event or giving a talk. We love swag.
Having a huge family from all around the world as GitHub Campus Experts, that's the best opportunity that you are getting.
If you're joining the GitHub Campus Expert program, I wish you all the best.
Come, join us. Become part of our global community.
Good luck and welcoming you if you are wishing to be part of GitHub Campus Expert program.
It will be one of the best decisions you will make, and it will be life-changing.
I wish you all the best in becoming the future leaders of your campus.
And I promise you that you're in good hands with the GitHub educational team.
Bye.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? Let me show you.
Okay, so we are back. Please, those that are outside should please come in. Can someone please notify those outside to come in? So we can go ahead. Okay, so everyone, can I have your attention? Okay. How are the donuts, by the way? They hit different topics. Trust us, GitHub, we bring sauce, like, or not like other people. So now we're going to another speaker session, and this is a workshop actually. Would you like to tell us about this speaker?
Yes, I would. Okay, so this session is about redefining open source contribution, a deep dive into code spaces. Our speaker for this session is Ifeanyi Onagbara Olusheye.
Please clap.
I think I need to take a deep breath before I start reading this one by your head. So Ifeanyi Olusheye is a software engineer with a passion for building scalable solutions with new technologies. She specializes in backend engineering, artificial intelligence, and technical writing. Ifeanyi enjoys writing Python and Julia, although actually I think it should be Julia before Python. And she actively contributes to open source projects. She is known for her love for the tech community and believes in giving back whenever she has the opportunity. In her free time, she indulges in reading non-tech related blogs, watching movies, and engaging in DIY projects. Ifeanyi's ultimate goal is to help people solve problems and guide them through their journey in the tech industry. Ifeanyi, you are welcome on stage for your talk.
Please clap.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, we'll begin. My name is Ifeanyi, and I'll be speaking on the code spaces. So, next slide. So, yeah, meet me. They said everything about me. I'm an upcoming software engineer. As funny as that may sound, it is true. I'm a technical writer, I contribute to open source, and I'm a community lover. So, next slide. So definition of open source. I know this is not necessary because everyone here has like we're talking about open source, open source. Everyone knows what open source is, right? And what is open source? It involves you participating in projects where the code is freely seen. You can modify, you can distribute. Contributors can add features, they can add bugs, improve documentations, design, and the like. So, and with open source, you can foster collaboration because, I mean, open source is like teamwork and transparency, and it's a community-driven development that leads to like very robust applications. So now I want to contribute to open source, right? The traditional workflow for an open source contribution is, next slide. So the conventional or the traditional workflow is you clone the repository, you set up your environment locally. So maybe you pull in PyScript or something, you have to set up probably Python and the likes. And then you make changes locally and you submit the pull request. So next slide. So now imagine the following. You're a lover of open source like all of us right here. You use a 4 gig Celeron HP laptop, no shades. I used to use this up until I think last year or so. It was very, very slow. You use Windows, no shades. I am not shading Windows. It is what I've seen from experience. You use MTN. Now I picked MTN because MTN is one of the worst networks that I've ever used. Yes, I am on the journey to destroy those people. And then you live in Nigeria, right? So you live in Nigeria, and I mean, all of us, like Nigerian problems, no lights, they can steal your laptop. Like, there are different things that can happen, right? And with that, it's just like very stressful when you're a lover of doing open source things or working on projects and they call you. So those are some of the challenges. So now let's face like actual challenges, which is all of that. Does not work on your system, it works on another person's system, check your system, delete the project, reinstall, disinstall, like, it's too much, right? So, we have that one. Then accessibility. So, probably I want to run a model on my computer and I don't have GPU or I don't have CPU, I don't have any of those hardware. And then they tell you, oh, we're sorry, you cannot contribute because you don't have that. And I'm trying to tell them that, oh, I love this project so much, I want to do it. So, accessibility, compatibility issues, amongst others. So these are like the main issues that can come up. So how do we solve this problem, right? Next slide. So now imagine if there was a platform where you can run your code in your repos directly without cloning it. So I can go to my GitHub, I can run it there without having to start installing and updating and doing anything. It's like a cloud platform like GCP, AWS, and the likes, but it's purely for running my code. Next slide. It already exists. You don't need to think about it. So now, introducing code spaces. I think I'm doing an ad at this point. So it's like your workspace in the cloud. Code spaces allows you to run your code, like the name says, code spaces. So your code in a space, virtual space. So what is code spaces? Code spaces is a feature on GitHub that allows developers set up, what is English is too much? Basically, it allows you to set up an environment in your repo with just a single click. So you don't have to set up the environment locally before you set it up in the cloud. And it is basically hosted in Docker environment. So meaning you get a consistent environment everywhere. So if it does not work in your repo, I don't think it can work anywhere because they use like containers to host this thing. So you can run it anywhere, your phone, your tablet, your laptop, I don't know. Anyway, so next slide. So how does CodeSpace address these traditional challenges that I have listed, both formal and informal? So you can set up instantly. I don't have to wait for anyone to help me set up, except you're using XC and the first one might not work for you because you have to set up. Yes, I'm very sorry about XC. I'm just after them. So you might have to, you can set up instantly, you reduce the barrier to entry, so you don't need to start calling the maintainers that, oh, please help me set it up, please, how do I go about this? You don't need to like do any local development issues again. You have a consistent environment everywhere you go. So it's not like, oh, you go to your friend's laptop and then it's working there, and then people have the same code, but something is not working for you. So you can get it anywhere, regardless of the device you're using, and collaboration. So it's going to be easy for you to collaborate and do all of that. And you can start coding your project immediately. So with code spaces, open source has been redefined because a lot of the challenges that people face when they want to start running projects, it has been cancelled. So it's like 15 steps, and Codespaces has completed all the 15 for you. Yours is just to come and just set it up in one click. And why I can relate to this is because in 2020, I was trying to set up a project on my system. And I raised an issue on the repository for 7 days. Nobody gave me a response. And I had to scan the whole of Stack Overflow. I had to scan the whole of like, the web. There was limited information. I was eventually able to get the information. I found everything up into an article. And on the 8th day, someone came and sent a different link to me on, oh, this is how you can solve it. So assuming it was on code spaces, I will need to solve, like, wait for 7 days before I can solve that particular issue that I have. So I think the next one is demo. So you can follow me on this or with this QR code, just scan it. And you can see basically what code spaces can do and like the wonders it can perform, something like that. So just scan it. You can do it on your phone. All you have to do is basically um, you have to just fork the repository basically. When you fork it, you can like see it. So it should take you to the first step for everyone here, if you want to test it out, I don't think you can do it on my repository because I don't have that access, so I didn't grant that access. So what you have to do is just have to like come to the repository basically and have this in your account. So you come here to code, and then when you come to code, you see something called local and code spaces. So local is when you want to do the whole git clone, git add, git commit, git push, blah blah blah, and the likes. And you have code spaces that's here, and it tells you your workspaces in the cloud. So that's where I actually stored the line, your workspace in the cloud. I'm not that creative. So you click on this, create code spaces in main, and then you start doing this and it's setting up your code space. So now, setting up your code space, right? Now it depends on your network. So if your network is fast, we'll do this fast, very fast for you. If it is slow, it's basically just network. So that is it. I could have told someone that the person should try installing, cloning that repository and doing the whole local process with me while I do this. But it might be the same, it might reach the same like time because network will not be our friend. MTN. You just have to shade them. But while we wait while it's setting up, so it could take time, like I said, if it's network. But at the end of the day, what it opens up is like a VS code for you. So it opens up like a remote um, VS code for you, and you have your file on this site, and you have like your VS code, and then you can hotspot. You can literally do anything that you can do in on your VS code here, right? So now I am here. So the next thing you want to ask me is that, oh, do I need to install anything? No, because if you do, I have a requirement of TXT plus. It has gone through my file and it has seen, oh, this human being is using Python and it will install it. Because if I try doing something like pip, I'm sorry for those that don't write Python, but install. So I do this and I put enter. And then those requirements already satisfied. Did I like install before now? You cannot install your libraries and push them to um, GitHub except everything and go and push your node modules and your environmental files. Like it's none of this is here and it's already telling me requirements already satisfied because my requirements file, even without my requirements file, it has gone through it. It has seen that I'm using Django and it will install it. And then when I try to run um, my Django application and I do Python 1.8.5 runs. I can run it and it tells me, oh, I did not do my whole, I didn't migrate. That's not what I'm showing. So I can open it in my browser. I have the port opened and then I click on browser and it takes me to Django. So I have been able to run Django on my code spaces and it works in like my repository. Let me go back to if I go back to my repository here, this is it here. I can do anything, I can do and undo. And then the next thing you might be asking me is that, but what happens if I'm working on code spaces and something like this should happen? So I come to my settings and let me see, scroll down, scroll down. So you might get this because it doesn't come installed Python, just normal something. So it's as detected a Python file, like one of it. So I come here and I do something like, um, so I do this. Wait, no, this is not it. Uh, sorry, I'm sorry. So I have this, and then you can be asking me that, oh, what happens if something like this happens, right? And then I have not saved it, I have not pushed, and then I mistakenly close my tab. Ouch. So what will happen? I don't know. Please, how to change so they have like various machines that you can run. So probably if you change like the environment that it comes with, you might be able to run it. But apart from that, I don't. That's like the only answer I can give. So yeah, I just remembered something. So if I go here and let me try that tab, I go to my GitHub. So I'm back here on my GitHub and I come here and I click create new code space. Um, you can see the machine type, so you can pick like the repository, the branch. Maybe you don't want to run it on your main branch, the region. What this one is for them region people. So they have like different machine types or resources for your code space. So probably maybe if you pick the kind of machine type you want. I know they have like 16 gig, is it gig RAM or something. I can't really remember. But like you can pick it. Let me just try something actually. Um, let me just pick any so you have like two core, you have like you only have 2 and 4 questions. But on their website I was saying 32 and 9. So I don't know if it's because I'm in Nigeria, that's why it's like this. So this is the default that comes. So probably if you can change the machine types and like what is happening, you might be able to like run it on code spaces. But if it does not work like that, then maybe it's not compatible or I don't know. That's like the limit to what I know. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so something about yeah, it's possible to run Hacktoberfest. Just need to be able to contact the legacy. I'm guessing it's a vulnerable that has banking content you want to consider. So you want to ensure that you set up the code spaces on the part of the project. So if it's backend is ensure that the code space is running inside the directory. So what you just have to keep in mind is that you might want to install a generic Ubuntu or run a generic Ubuntu instance so that you can install Docker inside of it and then run the services. You actually run a small functionality. Just think that think of it like a virtual computer. So anything you can do in your laptop, you can use it. Hope it's clear. I don't want you to add that limitation. Although I'd like to see the project, but it's possible. It's possible to run continuous.
So I'm trying to delete my code space because I'm not using it after this session. And I don't want to forget. So you can delete it here, you can stop it, you can keep it, you can change machine type, you can export. Basically, it's just like VS Code on the cloud for you. And I delete. That's thank you very much. I don't have money. So yes, that is all on the code spaces. Does anyone have any more questions? So no more questions. Thank you very much for having me.
My co-moderator has left me, so I guess I'm doing the video now. All right, thank you so much, Fimo, for that beautiful session. And I think everyone has forgotten about the place where you can actually post questions, right? We have a number of questions already. So this is it. Please, if you have questions you'd like to ask, go to this website, slido.com, and then put in this code. So I'll leave that while we're preparing for our next speaker to come up. But actually, I need to fix something for our next speaker. basically. Identifies as a machine learning engineer and authors technical articles on everything between artificial intelligence and machine learning and cloud computing. So please, let's give it up for Sally.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I would like to start with a couple of disclaimers. I don't think it's very traditional that you find slides and the first thing is like a disclaimer. So I have 3 disclaimers. First one is I tend to talk really fast. So, and I'm really excited about what I'm talking about. So there's a big chance that I'll start rumbling. Okay? So just let me with this and be like, boss, we're not running away. That's the first thing. Secondly, originally this talk was for someone else, Stephanie. She's an amazing person. But Stephanie dropped out and I had to fill in. I knew about this. She actually texted me last night. And not until this morning, I not created the slide. So if you see any mistake there, or if I can, please forgive me. Then finally, it's a lightning talk. So in the new sense of this, I did not really need a slide. But then I opted for a slide because I have a history of being distracted by things I'm really interested in, such that I don't touch on the things that actually matter. That's why I have the slide structure. That's why I'll tell you I have the slide. But the real reason I have the slide is because 2 days ago, a friend of mine told me about Microsoft's PowerPoint designer. And it's really cool actually. You put in your text and it generates images. Like it's not cool. So I just wanted to show it off. Like that's the main reason I actually have the slide. Forgetting what I said about structure. That's the reason. So you find a lot of I think in the next slide, it's a different design. So I was just showing it at some point. I was just doing things and I was like, this is so cool. So that's about my disclaimers. So I'll be speaking about building inclusive open source communities. And as Shulakuni said, my name is Sani Banyola. Okay, so designer did me this. All right. First of all, I'm a GitHub Campus expert. Turns out I'm one. I love open source. Even if I don't love open source, I can't come here and tell you I hate open source now. These are open source events. But then I actually do love open source. That's supposed to be storytelling advocacy era. Yeah. So I don't think I can speak for too long without picking back to the importance of storytelling. I understand. I feel like by nature of how stories work, stories stick. If I came here and I told you a story about an experience, I'm willing to bet that you all remember the story. And then I came here and I told you some random facts. But the only reason why I remember the principle of flotation is because of the story about the record. Like that's the reason why I know it's because of the story. So I don't know the principle, I just remember the story. So that's the basic thing about storytelling. So this is me advocating that you all should tell your amazing stories. That should be an angry Manchester United fan. So right now, nothing's funny to me. Nothing. And to add to that, I'm also Nigerian. So please. So what I do when I'm angry is I watch sitcoms. So if you have amazing sitcom recommendations, if you think the office is bad, I don't say what you think. I really don't care, I'm sorry. Then I believe AI will take your jobs. Yes. I have to just deal with that. Alright, next slide. So again, building inclusive open source communities. This topic, there are 3 really important things here. We don't really care about the building. Inclusive, open source, and communities. Okay, yeah, so my approach to this would be, want to talk about what's inside inclusion, want to talk about what open source implies, and we want to know what makes a community, right? Next slide. Now I cancel the open source. I can't come here and talk about open source. Mr. Kyle Philip has done justice to that. And every speaker, like leading up to this point, I've done justice to that. It doesn't make sense for me to come up here and invent the wheel. That's stupidity. So, the one before now. Alright, so I'll basically just be talking about inclusion and community, just to establish our facts. And after we've done that, we then, let's just go. Next one now. So more of my approach, I talked about my approach. So what I'll do is I'll pick on community and I'll pick on inclusion. I'll tell you what it is and what it's not. How many of us are familiar with the I'm not the bride, I'm not the bride, I'm not the bride. So we'll do that here, that's what I'm going to do here. I'll tell you, since the idea is I'll pick a concept, I'll tell you the concept, I'm not the bride, I'm not the bride, I'm not the bride. So they now show you the bride. So we go with community first. This is not convincing, this is not convincing, this is not convincing, then this is convincing. That makes sense now. But then I don't know what I'll do instead is I'll tell you this is convincing, this is convincing, this is convincing, but this is not convincing. We're good with that now. All right, next one. For the record, that amazing bride picture, that was from Microsoft PowerPoint presenter. And let's just go. So the very first thing is, I am the bride, building around the needs of those who have been marginalized, should be marginalized. Whenever I don't prepare this time. So building around those that are marginalized. So the way I'm talking about communities now, the very concept of community is building around the needs of those who have been marginalized. In general, if you have a community of people, the way to build that community is such that you build around those who are not very represented. I don't know what I'm saying. And the thing is, I would make, for instance, if I have an event in my community, I will make arrangements for those who are marginalized. Now, you might be quick to ask me, okay, if I'm making arrangements for those that are marginalized, what happens to those that are actually really represented? It's almost like I'm taking away from those that are represented, from those that are underrepresented. However, that wouldn't be far from the truth, because the concept of that concept is not a zero-sum game. A zero-sum game is a concept in game theory that when someone is at a disadvantage, the other person is at an equal advantage. If Chelsea is losing 2-0, that means Arsenal is winning 2-0. I mean, that makes sense. However, the concept of inclusion in the context of community doesn't work that way. It doesn't have to, you're not taking, you don't have to take from this to do the other person. Like, you don't have to take from someone else to give someone else. It doesn't work that way. So I'm going to use the closed captioning instance here. If, for instance, let's say we have people with auditory disabilities here, and as I'm speaking, this is the biggest caption here that's coming up with everything I'm saying. And the funny thing about that kind of thing is, it's not just helping those with auditory disabilities, it's also helping, for instance, I'm more of a visual learner. Of color in tech, their slogan says prioritize the safety of the marginalized over the comfort of the privileged. Now, Salim, I don't agree with that. I think it makes sense, but Salim says we prioritize the safety of the marginalized over the comfort of the status quo. So now, the status quo here is, I mean, you can all hear me. There's no point having a closed caption here. Yeah, that's the status quo. However, by the what community implies is such that we prioritize for those marginalized people, we build around them, then everyone else is fine. Next slide. Yeah, you lead from a place of, this is so bad. You lead from a place of kindness, and I think it was humility, I can't remember, I think so. So you can actually go wrong with kindness. I can come here and like I'm speaking about the most random thing, and I tell you, be kind. I'm not wrong. Like, it's such a basic concept. So you want to have a community. So community is leading from a place of kindness and humility. Next up. Still, what is I am a bride. So community is easy to say and it's hard to do. Now, let me give you a good instance. If I ask anyone here, let's say over there we have like a snack store there, where I can just go there and pick a quick snack. And I asked by show of hands what we think the perfect snack for that place would be. I'm willing to bet that many of us will say amazing snack. And what we're going to say will be based on what we like or what is cheap. I'll probably say what is cheap. Probably, and other people probably say what they like. But then what will happen is, in as much as we understand the concept of community, being able to build around the marginalized, I'm willing to bet that someone here will talk about a food item that's not suitable for a lactose intolerant person. I'm very confident about that. That's just the way we are. So it's very easy to say. When I say build around the marginalized, you might be thinking, oh yeah, that's easy to do. But then it's easy to say, it's not easy to do. Right? So next up. Now I am not divided. Community is not neglecting the difference between impact and intent. Now, let's say in our open source community, perhaps in the course of our conversation, so what's the name? Okay. Yeah, I had a conversation with Ibrahim, and I said something that I found offensive. Okay. Now, Ibrahim walks up to me and tells me, okay, Salim, I felt this way about what you just told me. And I can say two things. I can say, I am sorry. Or I could say, I am sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Now, to everyone here, those two statements, there's not much difference. It's literally the same thing, you're just apologizing. However, there's a very big difference because when I say I'm sorry, I'm only concerned about the impact of my words. But when I say I'm sorry, that was my intention. Now, what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to protect my ego and myself by telling you, that was my intention. It doesn't matter what my intention was. I did the harm. Right. So community is not neglecting the difference between intent and impact. The only concern is the impact, not yourself. Next up. And I promise I'm not the human psychology expert. Perfection. Community is not perfection. As humans, we are messy. As humans, yeah, we are. I said this. As humans, we are messy, and as humans, we are very complex. So community is not perfection. The goal is to strive for perfection. However, perfection is some sort of illusion. You can't achieve that. Next up. Now let's talk about inclusion. Speaking about what community is and what it isn't, let's speak about inclusion. Inclusion is acknowledging. Inclusion is acknowledging when you're wrong. I think that's what it's saying. So inclusion is basically acknowledging when you're wrong. And what this implies is, when I have this kind of issue with what I talked about with Ibrahim, as the name implies, I want to be able to tell you I was wrong and leave it at that. That's inclusion. Let's go to the next slide. Right. Inclusion is also gathering feedback. We want to make sure, if I felt the same way, I'll keep picking back to the Ibrahim instance. If I felt the same way about our conversation, inclusion is getting trying to know what you feel. Like I need to know and get feedback, and then I can make changes in that regard. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, inclusion is leadership. So there's this very common question that's been asked. As a leader, do you prioritize being empathetic or being humble? Empathy or humility? Now, and empathy, you want to be able to have human feelings to understand where someone else is coming from. And that's right there is inclusion. Next slide. Everyone's need, that's because I wrote this slide earlier this morning. My English is normally good. So everyone's need has to be catered for. That's inclusion as well. That's like, by the textbook definition of inclusion, that's what it means. However, it's also important to realize that as humans, our needs are constantly changing. What would qualify as inclusion 20 years ago, I'm not sure that would qualify as inclusion right now. A key example, like the most obvious example, it's the, let me just say 20 years, let's do 40 years ago. And the most obvious example, the most obvious instance in that regard is the LGBTQ community, right? Next up. Yeah, I reckon at this point, at the point where like, this is not what community is. So community is not TikTok. How many of us are familiar with this I don't like to speak like that, so I may not nail this. But there's this thing you can do where perhaps you put in a text and then to read it to you. Like it'll be something like POV, something. Most of those algorithms, a machine algorithm that's working under the hood. And if I was to put in a name like James, works good. I put in a name like John, perfect. If I put in a name like Olaniwaju, nah. And that's right there, that's not inclusion. Okay? It has to, and in the realm of AI and machine learning, fairness and bias comes like it's a very, very sensitive topic that's ever spoken about. So now I've spoken about inclusion, what inclusion is, what inclusion isn't. I've spoken about what community is and what community isn't. What's the earthquake? Now, this goes back to my slide. I put in what's the earthquake and it came up with that image. Now that's very, very wrong contextually. Earthquake is the term in American football where the whole idea is that it's like body paint when you see someone. So what's the deception in everything I've seen up to this point? The deception is that when I was coming up here, I said to myself, you all remember that we have what is and what isn't. And I only picked the one that will say, okay, this first set of what is and what isn't, I'll pick them for inclusion, and the other set, I'll pick them for community. Literally, if you check the slide, there's none of them saying this is for inclusion and this is for community. I only made the decision when I came up here, based on how I felt like. So now that tells you two things. It tells you that one, I'm not serious. But more importantly, it tells you that if I could literally come up here and I can do any one of them, that means just synonymous. If I can come up here and speak, and I'm really confident in the fact that they are so synonymous that I was able to make sense out of both of them. That implies that community is inclusion. As such, you cannot have a community without factoring in inclusion. At this point, I want to really just end my session and be like, it's been great. But then I felt like let me just ask ChatGPT. Right, almost done. Right, let's just focus. Right. So I then asked ChatGPT what he thinks the ways to build an inclusive open source community. And the first thing is you should actually seek out, basically he said everything I said. I'll just piggyback as some sort of summary. And he said actively seeking out contributors from diverse backgrounds and provide them opportunities for the for them to participate in the project. Next slide. I think that's it. It should be one before this. Before this. Yeah, what's that? Yeah, that's what I meant. And then building an inclusive community implies establishing a clear and comprehensive code of conduct. I talked about the women of color tech, and I showed you their code of conduct, where they talk about prioritizing the needs of the marginalized over the comfort of the unmarginalized. And basically, it's very, very important when building your open source community to consider this. Not the last slide. And then with that, it comes to the end of my session. Thank you so much for indulging me.
Thank you very much for that beautiful session. And funny enough, I just realized what happened with the slides. So it's StreamYard's fault. I'm going to blame StreamYard because the fonts I'm seeing here of PowerPoint, I just opened it now. It's much better, much clearer. But with StreamYard, they're just making everything default. So I apologize, Salim and everyone. Hopefully we'll try and get all the slides together so you can learn more from it. I think now we should go to our next speaker. And that is so while the slides are coming up, let's talk about who Anthony is. Another one of our core organizers. He is a senior front-end developer at Shotlers. He is a GitHub campus expert. He's our ex-GDSC lead here at University of Lagos, and he's the founder of Taxi, which is a platform where you can list your services and products. And he's an avid maintainer of countless open source projects. Let's give it up for Anthony, please.
Hi guys. Slides are coming up. Yes, so for closers open source, a word of open source. A word of open source. Okay. Alright, so what's open source? I want to start like my talk with a joke, but you guys might not get the joke. Are you guys alright? Are you alright? I'm not getting a response. There's this now, let's reply, no, you're all wrong. Shasha, let's jump into what is open source? Open source is any piece of code that, well, allows you to modify source code and modify the source code, collaborate with others, and also share the source code with other people. That's what open source is. So basically, in simpler terms, I create an application, let's say taxes website, and I create an editor, and someone else wants to make modifications to this editor. If it was closed source, you wouldn't be able to do that because you don't have access to the code. So you will not be able to make the modifications that fits your needs. But with open source, you can just fork that repo on whatever tool you are using and make modifications. So how can open source elevate your career? This is probably one of the main topics I'm talking on. So gain valuable experience and skills. When I started writing code, right, I was not really familiar with open source. I started writing code in, literally in a village. I came from a village to Lagos, long story. But I did not know a lot of people. My first experience in open source was in GDSC, when there was this event called Open App Week, and well, a group of student developers would come together and work on a project together. And then I believe that time I had to work with a team, and we had to collaborate. So I was assigned a task to build a feature of the application for the hackathon. I built the feature, and then my team member looked at the code, and she was like, this is trashy. She deleted everything. It took me 1 week, went back, went and cried. Then she modified it and made corrections. I realized, because of that whole event, I realized that my code was not coming from closed source where I was not sharing my code and now sharing my code. I realized my code was not up to standard, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. So open source allows you to gain valuable experience and also help you improve your skills. Then secondly, build your portfolio and network. Most of my projects, I have this YouTube channel, and I have this series here called Passion Project. My YouTube channel grew, and basically my followers on GitHub grew because of open source projects. Probably the most popular is a project that I did that allows you to connect normal XML forms to Google Sheets without using Google Sheets, create custom Google Sheets, basically. And that got that got a lot of stars, got a lot of recognition. Increased my followers on GitHub, and it gave me more popularity. And I expected from the project. When I was job hunting, I used to create this list of, I had this community, so I used to create this list of, I used to keep my passion project in a playlist, and I used to share it on the community. And when I was job hunting, my current job now, the senior front-end developer, it was a referral. So people that have been you might not know it, but people are watching your work, people are seeing the work you do, and when you're putting it out there, either it's Twitter, LinkedIn, or WhatsApp, because it was WhatsApp, they reached out to me for. And someone reached out to me and was like, we are looking for a senior front-end developer at your company. At my company, can you come and apply? I applied. And I got the job. Apart from that, I've gotten a lot of job referrals. So especially for senior roles, I usually get a lot of people send me links to apply for jobs, but I'm not currently job hunting unless it's dollar. like, no, I'm an socialize. I'm like, haven't met me. I'm like the most introverted person I know. I don't really go out. At least before, I used to go out before, but now I don't really go out. I really stay indoors. But that does not prevent you from like socializing and getting new friends and meeting new people. Open source gives you the opportunity to get involved in the community. A community gives you a lot of, I recently spoke about how community gives you a lot of like superpowers. It allows you to meet new people. It allows you to share your resources. It gives you access to a lot of things. Because you're in a certain community, you can get things that other people might not get. And a lot of other stuff. I know there are some developer communities that are in that they give you access to what is discount on a lot of products that are actually doing this. Like GitHub Campus Expert now, how many of you have like the student pack? Okay. If you do not have the students pack for GitHub Campus, GitHub Campus Expert, not really expert, but GitHub Campus Expert, they have a student pack, right? Like, link should be, it's not in my slide, but you can get, I get from Shalakumi or Nika. So, okay, QR code at the back. If you scan this, to take you to the pack and give you access to like a lot of resources. For me, because I'm an expert, I have access to like Copilot, a lot of Copilot, a lot of AI tools, a lot of third-party applications that really did help me. Yeah, I've been enjoying it for free. It's actually creating like slides. It's AI is coming to see your jobs. And last one is open up new opportunities. So that open up new opportunities is like a lot. Yeah, I know a lot of open source maintainers that do not have full-time job. That's like my dream after like 25. I'm already old after 25. So after I'm like getting old, I want to like sign from like actual work and just start contributing to open source and probably create something great. And I can just retire and get in vision because they have sponsorship, GitHub has sponsorship for like open source maintenance. And I can not have to work like on any open source project and just focus on like the creator of Vue and creator of Solid and some other creators, they do not have full-time jobs. Like their full-time job is to like work on their frameworks. And because of that, they have to pay, and the community is just sponsoring them every end of the month. Community member contributes $5, $10, $20 to continue living stuff like living the life, like, and then you do a lot of okay. So opportunities in open source. Most of these opportunities are focused on students. There are more student-based opportunities. I believe most of us here are students. So GitHub is very popular. Google Summer of Code, yes, Google Summer of Docs. GitHub and I can't really pronounce it, GSOD. So Google Summer of Code and Google Summer of Docs for the non-coding members, like non-technical members here. If you are good at writing documents or writing articles about code, you can apply for either GSOD or GSOC. GSOC gives you, maybe I think I applied for this process. It's like a very long process, but they test you, they give you projects to do, you apply for the projects, they ask you questions, like you fill a long list of questionnaires. And when you're done, they assign like a project, an open source project. There's like a list you can like select the open source projects you would like to work on. And then you work on that project. You assign the tasks during the duration of the project. And then when you're done, the organization that owns the project gives you like a rating and then they pay you. I think this one is about 1,500 to like 3,000 for the entirety of the internship. No, not all of them paying dollars. None of them paying dollars. So 1,500 to like 3,000. That's the current exchange rate. That's like our 3M. But outreach is also similar, but they focus on that. If females they'll have more opportunity like applying to outreach. They focus on underrepresented groups and women. So like they have like they accept women more than they accept men. And if you are from underrepresented groups, I don't know if Africans are underrepresented. I'm not really sure. Are you underrepresented? yeah. But you can apply. I think their own payment is like when is this? It's about 7,000. They pay 7,000 broken into two. So 3,000 for us, then 4,000 at the end. I think is it that twice or I'm trying to remember the application period for. But usually March. I remember March period when it's opens. Outreach also opens around that period. And majorly like in fellowship, you also have an internship program. In fact, there are more than this. You can actually just Google it. There's also Octaship that we did a program about. That's internship. Advice for this program. They will check your GitHub, or they'll check or whatever link you provide them, and they will check if you have been contributing to open source. Do you know how to use Git? Do you know how to use GitHub? Do you know how to follow guidelines and read docs, stuff like that? So yeah, you can start contributing now. And let me see. Okay, so conclusion. Open source gives you a lot of like opportunities to grow as a developer. I know I'm not going to get without open source technologies. One of my favorites, I'm a JavaScript developer. One of my favorite technologies, Vue, is open source. I've played with source code, I've played with Playground. I've written a lot of like custom code, like fucking Vue. There's also React and a lot of other open source projects. Like now, when I'm working on like a passion project, and I'm like thinking of my passion project is me challenging myself. In case you don't know what's passion project, it's because I don't find that. So it's me basically giving myself a challenge, trying to do something I've never done before. Because I've been developer at least in the early stage, you need to like expand your skill, and the best way to do that is to like build something you haven't built before. Because if you keep on building things you already know how to build, you're not really growing, and you want to grow, you really want to grow fast. This country is hard, you need to advance very fast, and the best way to do that is building institutional law. And how you find out is okay, I Google find out okay, I don't know WebSocket, I don't know how to create like WhatsApp voice call or WhatsApp video call. I don't know how to create something like what's this Twitter feature that allows you to like chat? But all those type of things, I go and learn WebSocket. I go to GitHub. If you go to GitHub, I just search for WebSocket, put the name of the framework, because you can search by language. So put the name of the framework, and it's going to give you like a list. So you can just either use like the editor, GitHub editor to check through the code and see, pick the one you understand the most. That you know, okay, this is what give me a can then run it and try to read the code. One part of being a developer is understanding code. So try to understand the code and then try to create your make it more custom. I tell people to add more features. The moment I share my custom projects, a lot of like try to like own it, and I'm usually like not clone open source. Like try to like create something different, add a new feature, add a new sound, something that will challenge you. Let's not just be the same. So yeah. I said open source gives you like a lot of opportunities to grow if you look at the right apples, check online, join communities, talk to people that have been there. There are a lot of like alumni of what this sort outreachy. They are not like foreign people, they are not aliens. So get to know them, go to the community, ask for help, and ask them for the process. If they can do it, you can do it. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Please let's talk for him again. So I want to learn about these different resources that we have for getting into communities with open source, right? So like I said again, if you have questions, go to the CV. Now we want to go for another mini break before we go for our last set of sessions. So this time around, we want to do like a game. Who knows two truths and a lie? Two truths and a lie. I don't know what's up my speech today. Anyone? Just a few people. Okay, so basically what it is that you mention 3 facts about yourself, 3 different facts, and then 2 of them have to be true, and the last one has to be a lie. So you don't have to do anything tech related, just tell us anything random about your life or anything you want to share here. And then we have to guess and figure out which one is the lie. Do we understand? Wow.
Yes.
Nobody understands. I should clear it up again for you. You understand? Okay. Everybody understands. Everybody understands. I'm not hearing anything. Okay. So we're picking random people. So Zainab, I should just walk in like that. Just pick random 3 people. Just pick random 3 people here that will do this game with me. No pressure. Just pick anybody. If somebody you're beefing with, pick the person. Which guy? In the cap or the hoodie? He has. Okay, oh. She picked you. All right, next person. Who else? Hi, you've been picked. Yes. Your name and
Hi,
yeah.
my name is Sarah Suyat. I am a full stack engineer and a cloud and DevOps engineer.
Okay. What's your name?
Sarah Suyat.
Sweet. And you're a cloud and DevOps engineer. Are you a student? What department? Electrical engineering. Nice. Engineering is key. And
So my name is Mustafa. I'm from Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, and I'm a front-end developer.
nice to meet you. All right. So let's get this one for them. So let's get started with the facts. So tell us three things. Two of them have to be true, and then the other one is a lie. And then any random order, don't say such that we realize.
I'm from Harvard University.
Come on, that's too easy. Okay, wait, I'm not saying you can't grow. I'm just saying like current situation. Come on, think of something harder.
I am a mentee for the CEO of Cloud AI.
Can you speak louder? Sorry.
I am a mentee for the CEO of Cloud AI, Alexander.
Okay.
I am currently signed up for a program in MIT. I'm currently developing my startup.
All right. Did you get the three facts? We had, okay. So the first one, mentee for the CEO of Cloud AI, right? Is that what you said? So which do you guys think is the truth or a lie? Just say it out.
True, she knows it's true. That's
True?
She said it's true. It seems like the truth.
Okay. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Now the next one is that you are signed up for a program at MIT. True or false? Truth or lie? Truth. Okay. Don't say anything about that. Then the last one is you're building your startup. Okay. Truth or lie?
I don't know if I see you.
That's a good question. All right. So which one is the lie? I think
What you guys? I will be going to MIT.
All right. So the lie is that for a program at MIT. She's building a startup actually. So she's a startup founder. Interesting. What's your startup? Sorry, what's your startup? Can you tell us about it? Yes.
Anyway, my startup basically, in a layman, it is Amazon for like
Amazon for farm produce.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's a platform to both for local and international farmers. Like start out for like connecting farmers and end users, like from business to business and direct to consumers. Or currently working in.
Oh, that's nice.
So if anybody wants to invest, $5 million I'm okay.
All right, nice to meet you. Thank you. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's know who's going first. Okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So, three things.
I joined. I joined outreaching for an one. I'm a mentor at CNX. I like
I'd like to get done. The way he said that last one, you can just tell which one is the lie or not. But let's try. So the first one, let's potato. Yeah. So the first one is, can you repeat the first one again? At outreach. Okay.
confidence.
Oh. All right. So our next speaker is Confidence Okogen. Confidence is a software engineer and developer advocate at AppSmith. Do you guys know about AppSmith? Anybody? Okay, you talk about AppSmith. And then he has nearly 5 years of hands-on experience as a software engineer, and he brings a deep understanding of the developer ecosystem to help enterprise clients and teams succeed using AppSmith open source solutions. He's a YouTuber. I want to finish it. He's a YouTuber with a channel where he creates videos on a variety of tech topics, including Linux, WebAssembly, and the Rust programming language. He's a passionate advocate for open source software and the developer community, and he's always willing to share his knowledge and help others learn and grow. So please help me welcome Confidence Okogen.
Well, I'm having technical issues, so I'm trying to connect to my computer so that I'm able to control the slides from my phone because I believe you guys will enjoy it better that way. So just give me one moment to sort this out. What I'll do is, I'll just manually change the slides. I'll manually change the slides so I'm used to change. Well, let's display together.
So let's start with an activity. Can you guys bring out your computers if you have a computer or laptop here? Please bring them out. I want to share a tip with you. So bring out your computers, go to any GitHub projects that you can have access to. Possibly your own if you have GitHub projects. And let me show you something cool. So let's go to my GitHub profile. All right, so let's take a moment to connect to the internet if you're not connected. And I'm just going to open the run. Having the project open. If anyone has done it, let me know. So the task is open any GitHub repository and hit the dot on the keyboard and let me know what happens. I'm waiting for the first person to get it done so that they tell us what they see when they do it. You've done it? All right, it's loading. So you tell us what you see when you do it. So. All right, you found the person.
So it's loading up the web editor. Okay. Code spaces.
You guys is doing anything. No wonder. All right, so let's do it together. I don't think I should have an issue here because I'm not using the NTN. So I have this opened up and I'm hitting the dot key. And something you notice is that this is going to open up a where I can start contributing to that project. I don't need to clone anything. I don't need to set anything up. And you can see it's going to download all of the required files, set everything up just like you saw on Ify Store. But the difference between this and code spaces is that you don't have access to a running terminal. You can only edit text files here. You can view text files, you can read text files, you can write, but you cannot run a project that requires a terminal. So that's just a bit different. So if you need to quickly make an edit on any GitHub project, please visit the GitHub repository, type the dot key, and you have a web-based ID you can actually use to make such contribution. So that's the tip I wanted to share. Now you guys know about the built-in web ID that comes free of charge on any GitHub project. All right, so let us get started with today's talk. One second, let me open up my... All right, so we are ready to get started. Before we actually go in, the talk, by the way, is going to be on open source, how both contributors and maintainers can work together to create thriving open source communities. Before we go in, do we have people who have contributed to open source in the past in the audience? You've contributed to open source. Let me see your hands up. Okay, we have a couple of people here. We have more people here. That's great. And this does not mean you have to contribute to code. If you've done typo fixes, or if you're a designer and you've contributed to design files, you also count as an open source contributor. So what we'll be looking at today is how both open source contributors and open source maintainers can work together to create thriving open source communities that actually foster development and collaboration. Okay, so a little bit about me. My name is Confidence. I am a software engineer and a developer advocate. And what that means is that I get to build a lot of cool things, cool projects, and it is also my job to share it with the community. So I also enjoy doing that as well. During my free time, I create content on my YouTube channel. Recently, I've gotten into the world of Rust and WebAssembly. So if that's something you're interested in, you can check out my YouTube channel. It's my name, Confidence Okogenun, or you can use the new username feature that comes on YouTube. It's going to be @megaconfidence, so you can check that out as well if you are interested. All right, so the reason we are all here, how do you open source? Sounds more like how do you open a bottle of sauce, not so? Yes, so we're going to take a look at how you can create great open source projects together. All right, so I am going back to open my notes here. Let's get started. So open source is like a two-way street, right? Because there are a lot of components that goes to make an open source project successful. And one of such important piece of the open source ecosystem is you guys, contributors. I did a small exercise right now, and I noticed that we have a lot more contributors in the room. So contributors who are passionate about open source projects, who just bought their shiny HP laptop and they are so excited about open source and spend 24 hours coding. These are the people that make the open source world go round. But on the other end of the street, you have open source. What we'll do is that we'll talk about maintainers because that is the focus of this talk, but really the picture is not complete if you do not consider open source contributors. So we'll talk about how contributors can work in hand with maintainers so that they make their lives easy for themselves and also for the maintainer who is going to be in charge of the open source project. So what can you do as a contributor to make your life easy and also create thriving open source communities? First thing you want to do is you want to be resourceful, right? You want to remember that maintainers are not your babysitters. These guys have full-time jobs in most cases, and they're only contributing to open source on a part-time basis. So you want to be respectful of their time. That would mean if you have a question or an issue, something you'd like to get resolved, instead of wanting the maintainers to respond within the blink of an eye, you should go hunt down information you need. And there are a couple of things that can help you. You can check out the project documentation. A lot of open source projects have documentation pieces that will be helpful for you, especially in situations where you are new to the open source project and you want to get up to speed. So check out the project documentation. There's something you should also do. Do you all see this? Google is your friend, yes. So Google it. If there's a question you have about an open source project that is blocking you, you want to Google it. There's high chances that someone else has had that exact same conversation on Stack Overflow or another GitHub issue, or a person has blogged about it. So if you have a question, instead of reaching out to the maintainer, like that being the first thing you do, you actually take a step back, pause, go check out the project documentation. If you don't find it here, check out Google. It's possible that someone else has had that conversation you're trying to have, and it's going to make life easy for you as well. And you also want to take advantage of the community forums. Many open source projects have community forums on Discord, on Discourse. These are forums that if you are contributing actively to an open source project, you are naturally a part of. So take advantage of it. Search conversations on these forums. It is possible that questions or issues you have has been discussed there, and it's just going to make life easy for you instead of waiting for weeks to get your issues resolved by the maintainers. So make use of all of these resources that are valuable to you. And it is okay if you don't find a solution. The point here is, or the lesson is that you as an individual should strive to be resourceful. Try to go and do your own homework so that when you do get to have that conversation with a maintainer, you actually have a lot of resources you can point back to and say, I have done this, I have checked here, and this is what I saw, but the information was not complete, or I did not understand it, and now I need your help to make sense out of it. Or if you do go ahead with trying to find out the solution for yourself and you don't see an existing solution, it could be a pointer that there is an information gap on that subject. And in such situations, the open source maintainer will be more likely to listen to you because this is a gap that he needs to fill. There's no information or there's no resource on that specific topic, and they'll be more than happy to provide help in that regard. So these are some of the advantages that comes when you try to be resourceful as a developer. The next thing you want to do is read the docs. I know a lot of you are really smart people, but sometimes smart developers do dumb things like this guy, right? So read the docs. Most open source projects have documentation. I've said this before. And if you're someone who's interested in contributing to open source, you should also check out the contributors.md file that comes with the project setup. That tells you the project's code of conduct, how you're expected to create pull requests, how you're expected to go about doing stuff in that open source community. So read that so that you don't end up doing the wrong thing and having your pull requests rejected. All right, so let's move on to the next thing you're expected to do as a contributor. You want to write tests as well, right? Nobody likes writing tests. Or is there anyone here who enjoys writing tests? Nobody, right? So it's great that we have ChatGPT and Copilot to help us write our tests. So leverage these tools to write your tests. The reasons why tests you should at least write comments in your code, right? Because if you write comments in your code, you would not it to the maintainer. You would not have to hit your head on the wall to try to understand the code you wrote 6 months ago. And you also be helping the next contributor who comes to make changes to that code base because everything that the code does is right there. You have a description, a comment. writing the code, giving you context around what it does, and then you see the actual implementation. So it makes it easy for everyone, and this is going to make it more likely for your contributions to be accepted by the maintainers of the open source project. So please write comments as much as you can. And there are a couple of other things to keep in mind, right? So you want to write good commit messages. You don't want your messages to be something like fix X or fix Y. Your commit messages should describe exactly what change you have made in the project. Then, when you do go to create a pull request in the project you're trying to contribute to, you want to write good pull request messages. Because don't forget that it's going to be someone else at the other end of the world who is going to be reviewing your code. And you want to make it as easy as possible for the maintainers to have your code merge. So you want to add a good description, you want to write a good title. Many mature open source projects have a pull request template. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that as well. So use that template so that your pull request messages is in a format that the maintainers expect. Then, of course, your code should be clean, should be simple, should be readable. This is not going to be the time for you to copy and paste one exotic line of code from Stack Overflow. You want your code to be understandable by anyone who comes into the project and wants to read what you have done. And of course, ask questions. If you are in doubt, ask questions, be patient, and the more you contribute to the open source project, the better you get at it. So improve your craft, try to level up, and you will definitely have more of your contributions accepted. All right, so let's move on to the other piece of working with open source software, and that is the open source gatekeepers, maintainers, right? So what are maintainers expected to have in mind? Maintainers are expected to teach. We do have maintainers here, right? If you're a maintainer, let me see your hands up. If you're a maintainer, a community leader, okay, we have a number of us here, and that's encouraging. So this part of the conversation is going to be focused on you guys. So if you're a maintainer, you have in mind that you're a leader, right? You steward the direction of the project, you lead it, you have as much context on the project, way more than anyone else. So it's your responsibility to transfer that knowledge, that insight to new contributors who are coming to take a look at the project. And you want to do it in such a way that everyone feels included, right? You don't want to shun people for asking dumb questions. In fact, if you have a lot of people who are coming to your project and asking dumb questions, then you need to bring something wrong as a maintainer, because there should be some documentation or content around that particular subject. So maintainers want to keep this in mind. Maintainers are also expected to empower contributors, right? Because most times, people's interaction with an open source project usually starts with creating an issue. So they've come to check out your project, they love it, and they're using it, and they face an issue or a problem with using that software. The first thing most people do is that they create a big issue. And in most cases, it ends there. It should not end there. Maintainers should be responsible for telling people that I believe in you, you can do it, so that you incentivize these people to go fix these issues they are finding with your project. Because sometimes these people are actually skilled enough to go into the code, to take a look at it and make such changes. So as an open source maintainer or a leader of an open source community, you want to empower your community so that they are active in creating contributions. And when it comes to contributions, there's one more thing you have to keep in mind. You want to recognize top contributors in your community, right? Today it's really easy to do it, but sad to say, a lot of open source projects neglect recognizing top contributors that you have in your communities. So you should create a rewards program, and you can do that by taking a look at insights on people who are most active in your open source community. So much as possible, you want to automate the development environment, you want to invest in documentation, and most importantly, welcome new contributors. So that's it when it comes to creating thriving open source communities. This is how both contributors and maintainers can work together to create great open source communities. And if you have questions, I am at Mega Confidence online on Twitter. So if you have questions concerning an open source project you are working on or you are contributing to, or you need guidance when it comes to some of these issues that arise when leading an open source project, please feel free to reach out to me. All right, thank you. That's it.
Some folks are not clapping at all. Thank you so much, Confidence. Is it public question? All right. So I can tell everyone is very tired. I can tell that. Well, we just have 2 more very fast lightning talks, and after that, we're done. We'll get our food. In fact, I just want to check on the food and oh, it's going to be a banger for real. Are you guys getting more than what you bargained for when it comes to both the sessions and the food? So get ready for that. So let's go to our second to the last lightning talk, and the title is Beyond Code, Diversifying Your Open Source Contributions. And who might our speaker be? This person is what can I call this guy? So during the pandemic, I just randomly joined. Okay, so I'm a batch B student, that is COVID student basically. And so when I joined, I was looking for tech communities, and I found this one called, I think it was Antapex community at the time. So I just randomly responded to message. I don't like talking on group chat. I'm the professional booster. So I just randomly responded to a message that had to do something with my field. I'm a cybersecurity enthusiast, right? And so this guy responded back to me like, okay, so I see you're into cybersecurity, right? And I was thinking I was just talking with someone that maybe is on a beginner level like I was at the time. And then we got talking, connected, and I checked his GitHub and I was just like, I was just like, okay, so how come you don't know anything? And you know what now even made that somewhat worse is when I resumed back to school after the strike and all, and then I was just like, wait though, this guy is in systems engineering year 1 just like me. And he has gotten to this level in his career. What am I doing? What am I doing in my life? So that's the person we're introducing here. His name is Fuad Adebuki. He's a community guy, and he's commonly known as Aliphatic. Have you guys heard of that name before? Aliphatic. He's a NICOB ambassador where I say everything about NICOB carries it on his head. You guys know NICOB now, Tech Hub of University of Lagos. Exactly. So let me read his bio here. He has over 5 years of experience. He's better known by his stage name, Arifatic. He's an enthusiastic software engineer, a product manager, a community manager, and an open source enthusiast who thrives in the lively tech and gaming ecosystem. One of his goals is to close the gap in rapidly developing Web3 industries between Japan and Nigeria as a student ambassador of prestigious Japanese Web3 organizations like Archivers, Intmax, Very Long Animals, and Ninja Game Build. One thing he did not mention in is that he's also a Microsoft Incident Ambassador. Please, let's give it up for Fuad Adebuki. You can pass anywhere you want. Sorry, can you just show us your laptop sticker collection? Just briefly. What are you guys saying there? What are you saying there? No, show us very well. What are you saying there? You don't, Abby? This is our don't.
Are you happy now? I think you guys get the wrong file for the wrong person. It's quite a lot. Okay. So yeah, I think we'll get started now. It's basically because so topic for today, yeah, beyond code, diversifying open source contributions. Yeah, so this is basically my topic for today. Yeah, so what's open source? Like, guys who have been hearing about open source, been talking about it since morning. Yeah, but I'll define open source with some other definitions as well. So open source as a method, open source is like a collaborative method between developers, designers, technical writers, and basically community managers. Because literally like collaborating to do everything to provide like a particular software or particular code. Yeah. So open source is a movement. Yeah. Before open source came in place, people did not really like companies and organizations. They didn't really like get by the idea of developers sitting at their houses writing codes, contributing to software that will be used. But over the year, it's like it got accepted. Like it was like as a movement. Different different software like Linux, WordPress, and all. They were like from open source as well. They are being maintained by open source as well. And open source, yes, is a culture. It's like it's about diversity. It's well diversified between different people. Anybody from anywhere can contribute to it, no matter your race, your color, and any other thing like that. Yeah. So, what am I talking about today? So, yes, I'll talk about who am I. I think I didn't introduce myself. Yes. Once Ola me introduce, I don't know if you go that by. Yes, so, objectives and importance of open source and other key areas of contributions. Okay, so who am I? Yeah, my name is Fuad Adegoke. Yeah, most people know me as Alphatic. Yeah, I'm a systems engineering student. Yeah, and the founder of two startups. Don't ask me, I can't say they are not even dentists. So I'm a software engineer and a product manager. That's what I do mostly. If you have any gigs, I can need them for you. I'm looking for jobs as well. I'm also a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, a Microsoft ADC student league member, a Stream Lead Student Ambassador. Do you have any data guys in the house? Yeah, you should know about Stream Lead, right? Yes. And a Postman student leader. Yeah, I just, funny enough, I just bagged this one like this week. I just got this one this week, like Postman. For those that use this APIs and all, that is for Postman. Yes. So, welcome to this. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about like how to explore other diverse ways to contribute to open source because this morning most of us have been talking about is code. Yes, I do code, but I'm not a fan of code like that. Like I love doing other things. People do call me jack of all trades as well. Yeah, so why is open source important? Because open source projects, like they thrive in places where different talents are. No matter who you are or what you can do, your contributions are well accepted. No matter what skill you have, any skill you present to the table can like contribute to that particular open source project, no matter how big it is. Yes, so it has like diverse contributions to foster innovation and when you join open source community or a community itself, you get mentorship opportunities and there'll be knowledge transfer. Like so like said, like when she came into my community, like she saw like there were rapid knowledge transfer. Different problems that you can contribute to. So open source thrives in diversity. Open source projects, it ranges from what different skills, like not just only code, design, management, community management, writing, and all. Yeah. So, and when you are trying to like incorporate non-coding contributions, it's like it's well accessible for. Or most people don't know that you can contribute to open source without coding, because most of what like the beliefs is like only have to write code, and all. But you can collaborate with like other aspects, like as seen here, like design, the technical writing, and all, to make it more accessible and like more divergent as well. It will even foster collaboration and mentorship when you like connect with other people like community managers and other put you through things as well. So the key areas of contributions, like I said, there is design, there's technical writing, and community building. Yes, these are other aspects that you can also go into. I've like contributed to open source using like apart from code, I've contributed to it with technical writing and community building as well. Yes. So yeah, for design, yeah. So design plays like a crucial role in the success of open source projects. Many people like create user interfaces for people, but when you are trying to go into an open source with design, without design, there will not be like a project you can contribute to that you are not copyright. So there has to be someone that will design it and create everything, like the visuals and all. So you have to like when you are trying to use design to contribute to open source, you have to like you check the projects, you meet the you have a chat with like the open source maintainer and tell them what skill you are trying to go into apart from code, because normally when you go into like an open source project or a GitHub project like that, you just see mostly the projects on issues as well. So all you have to do is just like you have to use the maintainer and all. You have to like have a chat with him and how you can get it, how you can get started with contributing to that aspect of design. Yes. So technical writing as well. I also contribute to open source with technical writing, like writing documentation as well. So it's basically like without documentations, documenting the API, the project code basis, and everything. There won't be, you will not be able to understand the project that are trying to contribute to. So then technical writing is also like a big aspect that you can also go into if you want to contribute to open source without having to code as well. Yeah. So community building, yes. We can't do everything ourselves. So for a project to exist, either open source or community itself, there has to be a group of community managers that come up with it to make that happen. Yes. A community cannot just be a place, or a project cannot just be in a place without the community managers that are managing that aspect. So when trying to like go into that community aspects, you have to have active engagements in that part. I remember when I joined of recent, I joined Meshi Idol. I was trying to like contribute to them as I was trying to join the community as an open source contributor. And I was trying to like go into this community build management aspects. After trying to code this, then I'll deviate to that aspect. The first meeting I joined, and I was trying to introduce myself. So when I told this founder of the community, I told him my name. He said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Nigeria." For you to know, like as a Nigerian, you have like lots of like there are lots of problems, like invisible problems. You don't even know that there are a lot of problems that are associated with being in Nigeria. So I just introduced myself. I told him I was in Nigeria, and I was like, how am I going to work with that? How the first question he asked again, second question he asked was, how is your experience this good? Because he knows that most Nigerians when they are joining meetings and all, their networks are always crumbling and stuff like that. So he was like, how is your experience this good? And I was like, I'm in Nigeria. He said, you have good service in Nigeria. I said, you have any questions about what's community management or design or how to get into the open source aspect in those places, you can reach out to me. These are like my social media handles. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, thank you, Anipati, for that very insightful talk. So, before we proceed to the next question, please, I'd like to know, is there anybody else here besides myself in the data world, whether it's in data science, data analysis, in any regard? Okay. So, for people interested in data, we're usually left out of this open source discussion. Many people do not like to actually discuss open source and related to data science. And our next speaker is going to be talking on that. Our next speaker is Ayodeji Abaton. Ayodeji Abaton is an AWS and DataCamp certified data scientist and machine learning engineer. He is also the training lead for Engineering Career Expo and an active maintainer for an open source data science project. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it evening yet? Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. They put me after someone that has 2,000 contributions in the last year on GitHub, so I'm a little bit nervous. But I'll speak about what I know, and what I know is data. Okay, so my topic, which is listed on this slide, is open source for data scientists and ML engineers. Like Farouk said just now, third page. Okay. Okay, so like Farouk mentioned, there is a very large gap where people don't, let me say they don't rate data techies, data individuals in the open source communities. And there are a lot of good reasons for it actually, and I'll cover a lot of that. But a lot of data scientists, data analysts, ML engineers, they tend to avoid open source contributions because of things like this. Because of that divide, most of them don't even believe that there are actual opportunities for them. A good example would be, I think sometime in May or April, I attended the GitHub Octanship event, and they were like, just like there were only like 5 data people in this room at the open source convention, they were only like 10 back then, myself included, and like 2 of them kept asking questions on how data scientists can contribute to open source. And even the GitHub Octanship opportunities that were available for data scientists, it was only like 3 or 4, I believe. And they were literally in the double digits for the developers and the rest. So data science is an unspoken field in open source, in the open source community. And so I want to introduce, but since that period, like 4 months ago, I've gone on to contribute in about 5 open source projects for data science. So I want to introduce also some of the things I did to locate those opportunities. And I'll be frank, a lot of people can come and say, I did this, and this, but I didn't do anything actually. I just realized about a week ago that I have quite a high number of contributions on open source for data scientists. And I kind of took a look at what I had done and took a look to understand how I got that number. So that's what I want to share with us today. So, let's, okay. My name is Abaton Ayodeji Johnson, and I'm a data scientist. And these are some of the highlights of the open source projects I've contributed in the last couple of months, like 4 or 5 months actually. The first one is an access strike analysis project. The project is we took we put out a pool to gather information about the previous 8-month strike, and then we are performing some analysis and creating a report and like a technical academic report on it. The project started before me, and I located it to a couple of 3 communities basically, and I joined the project as a data scientist. clients had posted to them, and they brought on various data scientists to submit methods of solving the problem. I didn't even write any code for that forage project, and like two more that I didn't list here. So why open source matters for data science? When I realized that I've committed quite largely to open source, and I was writing an article for Hacktoberfest, I realized that there is a very large number of applications and software tools that we as data scientists use that is supported largely by open source. Applications like pandas, I listed them, sorry, don't let me go to the top of my head. Applications like RStudio, TensorFlow, Streamlit that he mentioned earlier, ggplot, Jupyter Notebooks that practically every data scientist uses, pandas, like I mentioned earlier, even NumPy. All of those are hosted and supported by open source data communities. So the question becomes quite obvious that if a lot of useful applications like this are being supported by data science communities, why is it so rare to find data scientists in the open source community? Because there's no way you want to build, you want to do an end-to-end data science project that you use at least one or two of these applications. There's no way you want, as a data scientist, I don't think I've ever run a single project without using Google Colab. And Google Colab is built on the back of Jupyter Notebooks. The last project I did, I used Streamlit for it. There's 90% of all ML applications we either use scikit-learn, which is also open source, by the way, not listed here, and or TensorFlow. These are the two largest machine learning packages, and they're also supported by open source. They're also supported by open source. So why is it that if a lot of applications that data scientists use are supported by open source, why is it so rare to find data science open source projects? So that's what this my presentation today is about. Trying to understand the challenges for data scientists in participating and supporting open source projects, and trying to understand how you can overcome those challenges. So I listed 4 basic challenges, and the first one is data science is a relatively isolated stack. You can group anything in multiple ways. But if you want to group tech, there's a way you can group tech where you can group it as isolated and community. The isolated stacks are the stacks that you as your own sole person can build your project from beginning to the end. Stacks like data science, stacks like data analysis. I can do, and I have done multiple end-to-end projects alone in my room or my laptop. But there are other stacks like front-end developments, where if you want to build an actual project front end, you will need a back-end developer or UI developer to work with. And those stacks, once you are entering it, you know you're going to have to build a community. You know you're going to have to build people to work around you. But for data science, you don't know that. You can work alone for years as a data scientist. I've been a data scientist for slightly over 2 years. And up until around 6 months ago, every single project I've done isolated. I don't need alone. So it's an isolated stack on its own. The students are taught and are encouraged to work alone. And that's why it's hard for us to find projects to break into as data scientists. And the second one is probably the biggest one, barrier of entry. I was speaking to someone just now, actually, and I mentioned that there is no intermediates for open source in data science projects. You are either doing documentations, you are doing readmes, or you are building Panda methods or TensorFlow methods. There's no middle ground. So a lot of data scientists are kind of put up by that, because when it gets to a certain point, you want to spend all the time writing documentations, but you are not skilled enough to join TensorFlow, the people organizing TensorFlow, and join them to work with them. So that's a very high barrier of entry, where a lot of the popular data science packages that as a data scientist you use and you want to join them with, they are not, if you're not really good at what you do, if you're not advanced, it's going to be difficult for you to break into and actually work with them. Finding the right project. Data science is a very, very, very large stack. When I was writing this, I was thinking about something I did a while back, and I realized that I was counting that, okay, I did this project alone, but if I wanted to break it down in the proper sense, the first part of it could have been done by the data analyst and the data engineer. And I thought, okay, well, the need support from a data scientist. I said, okay, you want to build a dashboard. Okay, EDA can be done by data analyst. The data scientist can join it too. face when you're coming into data science when you want to contribute to open source as a data scientist or an ML engineer. So let's now discuss the ways we can break out of those challenges and how we can fix them. Embrace the variance. Data science, like I said earlier, is quite large. Data science as a career path is quite large and extremely varied. And the first step towards contributing to open source as a data professional is to embrace the variance and lean into it. You learn wide and you learn deep. You study to know everything, to know the basics of data science, basically, to understand the wide basics of data science. Then you choose something and you go deep into it. On average, data scientists use at least 4 languages and more than 3 applications on their job. As a data scientist, you either know R or Python. If you know both, more power to you. You learn SQL, there are different types of SQL, MySQL, PostgreSQL. And if you know both, again, more power to you. Personally, I also know a little bit of CSS, and because I learned it when I was learning Streamlit. Then you also know what data scientists know a bit of HTML to help with web scraping and things like that. So we use a lot of languages for data scientists. Then you also work with Microsoft Office, things like Excel, you work with Power BI and Tableau, you work with various applications. So it's a wide field, and if you want to really apply into data science as an open source contributor, you need to embrace that variance. Understand that it is wide and try to learn as much as possible. You'll keep learning and keep learning. Every single project I undertake, I learn something new. The last project I did, I had to learn Streamlit for. The project I'm currently doing is chatbots. I have to start learning how to work with AI, LangChain, ChromaDB. A project I did sometime in March, I have to start learning things like Folio, GeoPandas. So whenever you want to take something new, you always have to learn something new. You have to embrace it. And I personally do that a lot. I will take on projects that I know I don't completely have the skill set to carry out, and I understand that I'm going to learn what I need to complete it on the way of doing that project. So that's the first step towards being able to apply yourself to open source as data scientists. Embrace that variance that the field has and lean into it. So expand the definition of open source. I'm not going to lie to you. If you, as a data scientist, if you just go on GitHub and you want to contribute to open source only on GitHub or other similar softwares or applications, you won't find a job for yourself. You won't find a lot of this. Already the barrier of entry. It's either you're doing documentations or you're doing high-level things. So you have to expand the definition of what open source means. Well, open source, I don't want to define it because I'm the last speaker. Some people are going to define open source. But open source is anything that you can do to help a community or a community project. And that doesn't always have to be by writing code. It doesn't always have to be by editing documentation. It doesn't have to be by making pull requests or raising issues on GitHub. There are several things you can do to contribute to the open source community. The first one I listed here is think beyond GitHub. So you have to understand that as a data scientist and you want to contribute to the open source community, you will have to go beyond GitHub. I know it's quite a bit disheartening because we're in Hacktoberfest and a lot of us want to build for contributions and win our own rewards with GitHub. But you have to go beyond GitHub as a data scientist. So the first thing here is to contribute to open data initiatives, data banks. As a data scientist, you will learn to always work with data banks, and these are large applications that all they do there is collect data from various sources. A good example of that, which is not solely a data bank, is Kaggle. As a data scientist, you can find practically anything you want to find on Kaggle. So one way to contribute to open source as a data scientist is to contribute to open data initiatives like that. Once you are building a project and you have to do some web scraping and you have to do some form building and information gathering on your own. Once you've created those data sets and you've cleaned them, upload them. So someone else wants to do something similar will have to go through all those stress again. Someone else wants to do something similar will have those data sets ready, prepared for themselves. So you have to learn to contribute to open data initiatives as a data scientist. You also contribute to open source by creating blogs and tutorials, start a YouTube channel, write on things like Medium, and give explanatory videos and explanatory articles basically on things you found difficult and you didn't really find good enough solutions for. If you run into a problem while you're building your own project and you finish the problem and you eventually solve the problem, but while you were trying to solve the problem, you didn't find enough solutions for it online, you can build your own solution and upload the article yourself, and then you will be that solution for someone else or other people in the community. usually for developers. How to search properly, use search filters, use tags to narrow out what you're looking for. Go to the GitHub Explore section. For Hacktoberfest, they are currently hosting a kind of search platform on the Hacktoberfest website. Right? It has a lot of search filters basically. You can search by language, search by problems and tags and things like that. And so you have to learn how to search properly. It's not going to be easy to find a project you can contribute to, but they exist. So you just have to learn how to narrow out the noise and find what you want to explore. And embrace AI applications. One of the newest, which everybody's speaking about AI, I'm surprised nobody's speaking about it today, but one of the biggest ways data scientists right now can contribute in a way that has never been afforded us before is with the building of AI applications. And things like chatbots and stuff like that will always require a data scientist to work on the field. And it's a very wide field that data scientists did not really have an opportunity to contribute to before. So, like I said, if I'm currently working with my department building a chatbot, and there are like 3 data scientists working on the team right now. So it's always rare that you see a GitHub project where the data scientists on the team will outnumber the front-end developers. I think we're like 3 or 4 data scientists on that team, and there's only 2 front-end developers. There's only 1 UI designer. So it's a very rare and it's not something you see often. Working on a project that the data scientists outnumbers the developers. But that's what AI empowers us to do as data scientists. And this also leads into embracing the variance in data science, because you have to learn how to do these things. It's not something you will see in your typical data science manual. I learned data science with Data Camp before I took the exam, and there's a 55-point article for their curriculum, basically, including tests and stuff like that, and none of it touches on AI. But it is an intricate part of what you do as a data scientist if you're going to work in the field. So you also have to learn it. They also didn't, you might think 55 is quite long, but they didn't touch on AI, they didn't touch on NLP, natural language processing, they didn't touch on sentiment analysis, and a lot of things. As extensive as that was, it was a very long time. It took me about 6 months-ish to complete. And I was working quickly, very quickly actually. And it was quite extensive, and there are still a lot of things that didn't cover. That just shows how wide data science is. And so you have to embrace that wideness and embrace AI and learn how to use AI applications, learn how to read APIs, work with OpenAI, Hugging Face, LangChain, ChromaDB, LangDB, etc. and stuff like that. So you will learn how to embrace all of them and build web applications that uses the power of AI and large language models to work. LLMs are one of the biggest races going on right now, and it's right in the playing field as a data scientist. It's right up your alley. So you have to learn how to embrace things like that and work with them. And finally, and perhaps the most important, build your own projects. I showed 4 projects that I've contributed to in the past year. And I said that I never actually went looking for open source projects as a data scientist. And the reason why I was able to contribute to those 4 is because 3 of those 4 were community projects. NAC chatbot is being built by the department. Data analysis project. I was put onto the data analysis project by a friend. And what was the last one? I don't remember the last one. But 3 of the 4 that were listed there were built by communities. We started the project ourselves. We placed it on GitHub and made them open source. And the data scientists came on and joined on board. So as a data scientist, you have to understand that you might at times have to start the work, build the work from the ground up, rather than just join an already established community. I think I'm out of time, so that will be all for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that insightful talk, Ayodeji. I hope we've all been able to get 1 or 2 things. Even if you're not a data scientist or a data analyst or involved in data world in any form, I believe some of the advice you gave are things you yourself can apply to your stack in the tech world. You can start contributing to open source projects, find friends who are similarly contributing, find a community, that is actively recruiting contributors.
What are we saying? Open source or open source summit Lagos? For the video.
One, two, go! One, two, go!
He liked the inflection.
One, two, go!
Copper belongs to you.
Omo, it takes a lot.
I think we can put the guy.
Yes.